actually interesting. Let's see if they've played any games with each other. I'm just gonna
Okay.
check that. Gukesh versus Naka. Any
Okay.
recent games? Okay, so they have actually played, recently quite a few times. And Gukesh has white. He's tried both e4, but he's also tried d4. So maybe we're going to see a d4 is more likely. In fact, yeah, there we go. It's on the board. And we are going to see probably some kind of a queen's gambit, right? So Hikaru starting with d5, and unless Gukesh wants to do maybe a London or some sort of offbeat system that has also become popular, but no, he goes for the main line with c4. Okay, so is it
Mhm.
e6 Hikaru? Is that the queen's gambit declined for today?
Absolutely. Yeah, he plays a lot of e6. E6. He plays the natural, boring Queen's Gambit decline stuff. There it is, e6. But he plays it very well, and he's going to test the Gukesh to see if he's going to play everything correctly. Gukesh also plays a lot of Catalan too, so I think we may see a Catalan.
All right, let me see if they've had that between them recently. Okay, actually, no, we've had like Nimzo between them, and okay, here we go. I found one game from the Tata Steel Blitz tournament, which went like this. And Gukesh played knight f3 on move 3, and after d5 went
Mhm.
into Queen's Gambit. So I'm just gonna show you how that went. Like knight f3, let's say, knight f6, knight c3, and here Hikaru did bishop e7. Find that bishop e7. Okay, and then something a little unusual like cd, ed, bishop f4.
Oh yeah, definitely. Slightly unusual there.
Yeah, slightly unusual way to get into this like queen's gambit exchange variation. And then it was like castles e3 and b6. Oh wow. Okay. Castles e3 and b6. Yeah, b6 is not the move that would come to my mind in these positions actually. Um it's funny that Gukesh still hasn't made a move. There are two moves in. You would think that
Yeah.
kind of not that surprised by Hikaru's opening choice.
E6, I've never seen this before, Irina. Wow. E6. Oh my goodness. He got me out of prep already on move 2. Gukesh is definitely thinking about what he wants to do. And it is slightly surprising he hasn't moved yet. D4, D5.
Like basically, so this is how their game went, but it was a blitz game. Okay, so even though this kind of opening is unusual, I guess in blitz, okay, it's fine. So let's see. Well, let's see what we're gonna get today. So far, I mean, yeah, of course, the Queen's Gambit declined is one of the most solid ways you can answer D4 these days.
Mm. Yes, the most solid. In fact, I was actually looking. It's funny, Irina. I looked at the percentages of just like opening because I was like, oh, I was on a percentage kick of like, oh, well, what is this score with black? What is this score with white? And I looked at the Queen's Gambit decline. What do you think the win percentage is from like 1880 something to 2023? The win percentage of the Queen's Gambit decline. What do you think it is? They have win, loss, and draw
Yeah. So what is the winning percentage for black?
for black. For black. And chat, what do you think it is? Chat, what do you think the win percentage is? I was using chessgames.com. And what do you think the win percentage is for the Queen's Gambit decline? All these classical games, all these games they put up. What do you think? Calculate teacher says 20%, 42, 42, minus 10. Wow. Minus 10, my God. 55, 68, 21. Okay, what do you think, Irina?
48%.
Wow. 48 win for the black side?
Oh, okay. You're talking about overall. Okay, win
Right.
percentage.
Win
How many games you win? Um, I don't know, like 30%.
Okay, it was less than that. So it was, in fact, Theo in the chat there, 18%. It was like 18.2. And I was like, bro, what the heck is it? Why would I ever play this opening at this? Now, of course, it is a very solid opening. You are playing humans too as well. And they put a lot of high level games in there, is what they're doing. So 18% from the black side, which is really tough for me to actually play myself there when I'm looking for something more ambitious. Not even gonna lie, but 18% was the black side wins on the Queen's Gambit decline. Obviously at the higher level here, but I mean, I was like, okay, not that appealing. So the other ones were higher, like Benoni and King's Indian, of course, were higher. And
What was it for King's Indian?
King's Indian was actually like 25. Benoni had a staggering one over 30 something percent. I was like, whoa, Benoni, modern Benoni. So I was like, all right, cool. I might be looking at some Benoni lines then if that's what we're doing, buddy. So it was good to know. But
well, I gotta tell you, we're seeing some interesting stuff here on the board. So Gukesh played knight c3.
Got it.
And then Hikaru, instead of, let's say, going knight f6, he actually goes for c5. And I think that move should be surprising Gukesh a bit. He's faced this like once pretty recently in his game from 2022 against some guy named Song, who was 2370. So a good player, but not like an elite GM at the Sunway Open. So that was about a year ago. And in that game, he took on d5. There was a trade, and we got kind of like a Tarrasch structure where eventually black pushed c4. Now it's funny that today he decides he actually just completely avoids Hikaru's prep, I guess, by going e3, right? Which is definitely like, you would think that this move is not like, the absolute most testing. Like, I feel like his CD move actually should be like the right one, logical one. E3 feels like he's kind of letting Hikaru, get away with like, more chances for equality because he is like shutting in his bishop. That's what makes that move like a bit less principled. So now knight f6. Okay. Knight f3. And what are we going to do? Are we going to play like an a6 here or knight c6? Okay. He just keeps it completely symmetrical. And I suppose at some point white can, trade in the center and give black an isolated pawn. Let's see if that's what happens. Now he goes a3. Okay, so what is this move about, James? How do you understand that?
Yeah, a3 is more about not allowing anything. Is most likely the bishop going to b4 after a c takes d4, c takes d4, and then or something on d4. Then you usually will see sort of like a Nimzo in a way, bishop b4, and then you would probably try to put some pressure on that knight with knight e4. You'll take the c3 knight sometimes, isolate the pawn on c3, and maybe try to play queen c7. There are a lot, or queen a5. You see it, or knight e4 again. But you'll see these moves a lot in the Nimzo Indian. So a3 is more of a delayed same-ish in a way for the Nimzo Indian.
Yeah, and another point is that, now if you move your bishop, white can take, you're going to lose a tempo with the bishop, and then white is ready to play b4 like fianchetto. So I guess one thing that Hikaru is not going to want to do right now is move that bishop, which is why he makes the trade on c4. Okay, makes sense to me. And wait, like we're getting into something that is starting to look very familiar to me as a Queen's Gambit accepted player. Wow, we're actually in a Queen's Gambit accepted, James. A funny one where white's already committed to these two moves. Black has not yet played the move a6, and he already has a knight on c6. Wow. So for people who let me try to get into this from a more like standard way. Let me just show you guys what I'm talking about. It's funny, when I was analyzing the World Championship match with Dubov, he would always do these comparisons, and I would be like, yeah, that's wonderful. You can do that, because it's kind of hard for me to draw those parallels exactly, but I'm going to try to do it right here. So imagine, guys, that in this position, instead of white castling, we're in a main line of a Queen's Gambit accepted. White would play like knight c3. Okay, this is not really the main move. And now imagine that instead of black playing, let's say a6, which is very logical, black would play knight c6. And then imagine, instead of castling, which is probably the most natural, white would play a3. Right. Well, that would get us exactly into Hikaru's game. But you see, it's these moves are not, let's say, the most logical for each side if we go from the straight Queen's Gambit accepted, but the way they got into it, it's like, okay. So after bishop c4, Hikaru played a6, right? Standard idea. Castles and b5. Okay, yeah, but this is very, very normal for a Queen's Gambit accepted position.
And comfortable, in fact. Normal and comfortable, and also queens on. So with the queens on, usually sometimes you'll see, obviously, the queen takes d8 lines and bishop takes c5, and then king goes to e7 and like rook d8s and all this stuff. a6, b5 comes later on in the Queen's Gambit accepted lines. These are very fun lines, but also, okay, black's totally fine, and it's also very easy for black to play with the queens off in these end games. But here, the queens are still on. So I'm definitely a big fan of black's position when I get to space, a6, b5. I finch-shadowed my bishop already. Other bishop can go to d6. And I still have queens on the board, so there's more to fight for, and it's not as drawish. Also, d4 is on pre right now, so he's going to have to deal with that, probably by d takes c5 or something like that. Looks like he made a move, though. He played rook e1, and it's like, yeah, I'm not touching anything. In fact, you touched the pawn. Why can't we take this pawn twice, Irina? Is there a way? What's wrong with taking twice on d4?
Yeah. Well, rook e1, this is an interesting kind of move that has gotten some popularity in the Queen's Gambit accepted recently. And in terms of black taking this pawn and getting a little greedy about taking it again, they're going to be unpleasantly surprised when their queen finds itself unprotected versus that bishop. And there we have this common discovery. So that wins the queen. So we don't want to fall for that. And you can see Gukesh's idea in rook e1. So he's basically preparing for Hikaru taking. And then his rook is actually in a good position for these structures. Although, I mean, Hikaru can consider actually just going bishop e7 here. And we're going to get this regular isolated queen pawn position that Giri kind of had against Abdusatorov yesterday. Looks very similar. So it's a big question now for Hikaru is, does he want to go into the isolated pawn position, or does he want to do something else? And he did something else. I think it's the move queen c7. Yes. Also very typical, right? Well, basically clearing out the way for the rook.
Very nice. In fact, I am a fan of the rook e1, queen c7 idea. I mean, like exactly, rook d8, bishop d6 is a thing as well, and we castle the king. Yeah, black has some good play because the bishop is locked in on c1. Our bishops on b7, and obviously where if we move it to e7 or d6, are just a little bit more open. I think in the Queen's Gambit decline, these are the ones that I would always have fun with. You can kind of see this sometimes in the semi-Slav positions, etc. Does a little bit more aggressive. You're fighting for a little bit more initiative in those lines. And here we have just a great version of that. I mean, Queen's Gambit decline is very solid here. We know Hikaru was really good at it. And now I think we already have, sort of a state in the stable, but also preferred position. Both of our bishops can move. We can castle quickly. We don't have any problems or weaknesses at all. So already an opening success for Hikaru.
Yeah, I think so. Definitely interesting idea. I mean, I know this Tarrasch ideas have been very popular, but I kind of thought, I was more familiar with, I guess this one where, let's say after knight f3, knight f6, knight c3, like c5 here, this line, James, but it's interesting that he did it like just on after knight c3, he still just went for that. And yeah, I mean, guys, if you're looking for some very solid opening to study, this might be a good game. And I like what he got here because, yeah, at some point, white probably needs to try to play b4, but then I think we'll pull our bishop back to d6. And okay, I can tell you a little bit of my thoughts on this type of position.
Okay.
So what's very important here, by the way, if white's knight were on d2, it's amazing that white actually can have a serious edge in this symmetric position because, yeah, the knight is so much better on d2 than it is on these c3, c6 squares. And the reason is that it has, first of all, it's not blocking the bishop, and it has this square to go to and some juicy squares over here. So in this position, and so basically for black to be stuck with this knight is often a big problem, which is very important that black is going to have this knight exchange. And you can kind of see why the queen is here as well. So once black gets rid of that one problematic piece on c6, I don't know if you guys can tell that developed knight is actually a problematic piece, but it is. It's the worst piece in black's position. And this opportunity to kind of trade it, yeah, that's a big one. And after that, black shouldn't have any problems after castling. So that's what's going to happen if, DC and B4 happens. Like, what other approaches does white have here, James? Like, unfortunately, this E4 move always runs into that, and it's like comes with a tempo.
Yeah, in fact, actually, game move, it looks like he played Queen E2, Rook D8, Rook D1. So after this Rook D1 move, which first off, he's moved this piece twice. A lot of times I'm not a big fan of moving pieces twice. Even Capablanca has the book, what is it? Chess Fundamentals. And it's a very good book. I highly recommend it. You can also get the PDF guys for free. Forward Chess has it. There's all you can get the hard copy. It's a great book. And one thing in it which says refrain. It doesn't say never do, but refrain from moving a piece twice in the opening, multiple times. He didn't say twice. He said multiple times. So Rook E1, okay, cool, fine. Then he played Rook D1. So these two moves here are actually, it's just a slight inaccuracy is what it feels like. Obviously, of course, there's still more. He could have played any move, really. But Rook to D1, okay, I'm already still liking black because you had to move this piece twice already. So in black standpoint, I'm already feeling good. I've moved all my pieces basically one time so far. Feeling good about that. The bishop on E7, though, we may have to move this twice due to D takes C5, but that's okay. I mean, I think we kind of gained a tempo in a way for black, or actually equalized in tempi due to white moving the piece twice already here. White still needs to figure out what to do with this bishop on C1. Maybe he is going to go for an E4, E5 at some point, but yeah, he needs to act fast, I think, before black actually consolidates and is actually with a better position.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised by this Rook E1, Rook D1 idea. Like, I haven't really seen that kind of handling of these Queen's Gambit accepted positions. The interesting thing is that Gukesh seems fairly comfortable and confident. I mean, looking at this position, and I'm just like, how does he feel so confident playing Rook E1, Rook D1? He hasn't taken that long, right, James? Like, I mean, he has taken 8 minutes, but like, it kind of feels like if you're just inventing this at the board, you would probably take even longer. Absolutely. And so maybe this is actually something that he's seen or he thinks he remembers. Because it's like it is hard for a chess player of this level to just kind of waste time with these rook moves like that, unless it's some sort of like there's some sort of point behind it.
Yeah, definitely.
And the other question is like, okay, so Hikaru can basically move the bishop somewhere, agree for that loss of tempo. I think that's possible. And the other question is like, can he now go into CD, ED, and like bishop E7? I mean, should he just go? I mean, like his rook on D8 is clearly useful. Queen on C7 is not bad. And white has wasted this time for rook E1, rook D1. So that's actually quite a fundamental question, right? I always like these crossroads moments where you have like, some options, they both look equally viable, but they're like fundamentally different.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, fundamentally different. That's the word for it. It's really powerful how like you can read certain positions to transpositions, but also having, my queen's here, so it's different. Oh, I have B5 already in, so it's completely different. The whole dynamic of it changes because of obviously the pieces being on different squares, and they would be in a different opening here. So after the rook D1 move, I mean, Hikaru has many moves here. I mean, you have to develop in castles. So next move is probably just bishop E7 or bishop D6. Or we can also, what about the C4 move? No, but then that hands over E4 maybe at some point. They'll have two pawns in the center. So probably bishop E6, E7 or bishop to D6.
Yeah. I mean, this move sometimes does, come into play, but you have to be kind of careful because it takes the pressure off of white center. So let's say after bishop C2, I mean, the A3 pawn is actually quite useful for making B4 harder. I see the computer doesn't hate this idea, which I'm a little surprised about, like that it doesn't dislike it more, given that, I don't know, white's just going E4 next. But it has a very weird moves here. Like one of the weird moves it even looks at, I mean, is like knight E7. I mean, that's just beyond the pale, I think. I just don't see anybody like playing chess like that, James.
Knight E7 is very strange. Very strange. 97 after playing C4. I mean, you would easily just probably develop the bishop once again. But again, there, bishop E7, there's E4, I think. Bishop D6, there's E4. Bishop E7, you can't play E4. Well, you still could play E4. Yeah, it's kind of annoying.
Like bishop E7 is the normal move. E4, let's say castles. And then you have to evaluate this position. But I guess I would just say, yeah, I just don't think Hikaru is going to allow his opponent to get this kind of center. Right. I mean, I would take white here just on general grounds, even if black's position is still like viable. So no, I think he's basically choosing between CD and like moving the bishop. So let's say he like moves the bishop, and obviously Gukesh is just gonna take that tempo, probably play like b4, bishop d6, bishop b2. And then the question for Hikaru, I mean, he could even like let's say he castles, let's say he doesn't go for knight e5 and rook ac1 happens. Now you probably can't move your knight anymore because of some tactics against your queen. So you got to move the queen back, and then you want to play there. And then it's a question like, can white even do anything here? Like, let's say
Yeah.
they go here first.
Okay.
And I guess we trade, they trade. Okay, now I like this move.
Hero Khan-esque. 97.
And okay, here, yeah, it looks, well, actually, there's still maybe maybe a little bit of an edge for white. Just because like this line, I see this.
Queen C3. Ooh, that's annoying. That's kind of ugly. I have to play F6 there.
Yeah, it does feel a bit ugly to having those pawns there, right?
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. Not a fan of this, but I mean, it's okay. It is solid, you know, but E6 is kind of weak now. And also, we probably will see a trade of bishops here. And we just go down the line. It's something similar that we saw yesterday. You just trade everything off and you just have a good day. Like, hey, we shake hands, we go to Armageddon. One of those type of games, as it seems like. And did we have any moves yet? No, nothing. Rook D1 looks like that was the last move so far. So he's still thinking after rook to D1. Wonder what Hikaru is actually thinking about, which is really cool to see him actually in the think tank here, thinking about, do I go bishop e7? Do I go bishop d6? These are two moves that are very easy to play. So I'm just curious to see, you know, maybe he'll come up with something different. Like we saw yesterday with 98 versus Wesley, which he was like, yeah, I knew it wasn't as good, but like, you know, whatever.
Well, let's talk about this. Because it is, you know, playing into an isolated pawn position is certainly ambitious. Like this is where you get winning chances as black when you don't have the symmetrical pawn structure. And he just needs to evaluate this position. To me, it seems at first glance like it should be quite decent for black. But let's see, like let's say something like this. Does he need to move his queen? H6 is in general a pretty useful move.
Correct.
Because if they go bishop h4, do we have knight h5 here?
Wait, what's wrong with knight h5? Knight h5 looks great.
Queen e4.
Then okay, g6. You're making some weaknesses around the king. I mean,
yeah,
but also his queen now after g6 is on e4 with a line of like knight d4 coming in and stuff like that. It is very playable. In fact, it's provocative, and I do like it, but it does create a weakness.
You know, I like this move here because you know, like look, James, when the queen goes there, when the bishop can no longer go back to e3.
D4 on pre now. Now we can take that pawn, in fact, and not have to worry about too much. Yeah, that ISO pawn, maybe that's probably a very good idea, actually. Just to take on D4 first to isolate the pawn. What if he takes with the knight? Can we go back? And what if he takes back with knight takes D4 and not isolate the pawn? But then we still take anyway. Okay, so he takes D4. Yeah, that should be good. And then bishop E7 or D6. And we have the ISO pawn to play on. I mean, literally, it looks very similar to Caro-Kann type positions where after you take, but he takes back with the knight, knight takes, pawn takes. Maybe he would take with the knight and play bishop e3 after we take once. Pawn take.
I think, well, in general, you know, white doesn't really want to play that trade unless there's these special situations where black's not so developed, and sometimes they can put their queen in f3. Like in this position, if you take with the knight, and I just kind of take, and play bishop e7, I mean, yeah, I'm actually happy that my bishop is more open. I don't really need that knight on c6. So, I mean, here, I think Hikaru would be very happy. So I think most likely we're going to see like this ed and bishop e7. And I mean, yeah, I have to say if I'm Hikaru and I want to win today, there you go. That's what I would do, and he just did it.
Get it. Oh, let's refresh the board there.
Yeah.
Let's get it. It's on. Oh, wait, there it is. Okay. Takes, and bishop e7. Bishop d6, I think the problem there is just bishop g5. It's quite the face, right?
There you go. So I do feel like Yeah, Hikaru and I are on the same page with this.
So
Because he wants to win. He wants to win. He's probably also remembering Anisha's game against Noterbeck yesterday and how Anish was also better in this structure as black. And guys, it's what I mean. It's a crossroads. Like if you didn't take that pawn, they would take you, and you'd have the symmetric structure where Hikaru knows that he really wouldn't be able to, play for a win. So he's at least trying to create an unbalanced pawn structure. And isolated pawn positions are certainly playable for a win for either side.
yeah, absolutely. Isolated pawn ones are the ones where you have. In fact, we saw this yesterday in the Norbert game with Anish, where they played a sort of a Panov Bavanik type style of game, where it ended in a draw peacefully, and then Anish won in the Armageddon. But here, this pawn on d4 is a weakness, but we also can use it to play around it. That means white can use the pawn to play around the pawn and actually try to create some chances for attacks. Really around the king side, especially after the king castles. But it's hard to do that because black's already fully developed. We feel really good. All we need is one move away from castling, connecting the rooks, and we have a pawn on d4 to really bully the rest of the game. Knight d5 at some point, and then castle, try to double the rooks and hit this pawn on d4 and just say, hey, you have an ISO pawn. We're going to try to bully it. We have nothing to worry about here. So I think already Hikaru is like for choice here. We want to take that pawn. We have an ISO pawn. Do we have any weaknesses? No, we don't. We already feel very comfortable. Just like yesterday, it was a very easy, comfortable game for Hikaru. He got comfortable position. There were some tricks at the end in the end game there, especially when he pointed out the rook d4, rook f4, g4, g5 idea that he was talking about with Wesley in the end game there. So very important to understand. There are still some things, subtleties, but also at the same time, I think we're just fine for black.
Yeah, and I think that, okay, Gukesh is thinking now. I mean, obviously Hikaru's decision is not like some big shocker, but maybe he's finally out of book as well. Although the position is, it's very standard in general for this structure. I mean, I've always felt that putting a bishop here to protect the pawn, that would always make me happy as black because it's a fairly passive square for the bishop. So I think that, normally this bishop does belong on g5.
Yep.
We can take a look at this kind of idea of a4. Let's see what that is, given that black has this extended pawn. I mean, I suppose you could take it, but let's just look at b4, knight e4, right? Like, so is there any issue with your knight coming there, or am I just going to have the knight takes d4 tactic? I think I will.
Absolutely.
Can I just castle here? I mean, because castling is super solid. So why don't I just do that? Let's try.
Why does the engine say knight takes d4 was a move back there?
It is a move. Yeah, it's a move.
Takes rook takes bishop b5 check, and what do we do?
Yeah, let's take a look. Let's take a look. I mean, if bishop d5, we're gonna take on
e4. No, but oh wow, we get to exchange back. That's a sick line because then there's so much chaos there. Bishop b5, a takes b.
Yeah, let's look at that. Bishop b5, I take, you take, and knight e4.
This is crazy. This is crazy. Takes. What is this nonsense? Yeah, you don't want to play with this kind of fire here, obviously. But whoa.
Yeah, actually, yeah. I mean, I don't think white risks much. Probably black is okay too.
Takes.
Like here, maybe queen e7.
Mate.
Oh, checkmate. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you can't take that pawn. Yeah.
But at the same time, at the end of the day here, that's playable. Wow. I would just castle. Like, there's no way to play knight d4. Like, knight d4.
Yeah, castles is a pretty solid move. I guess you can also look at, you can look at knight takes. They'll take with the bishop, right? Because they can't really take with the queen. So they'll take with like the bishop, and then you castle. Also very solid for black. So basically here, yeah, bishop. Okay, so this a4, b4, knight e4 idea is probably not that amazing for white. Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting him to play bishop g5. Like, I don't really know what he can come up with that's that much better.
Absolutely. Yeah, maybe it's just bishop g5 and like take on d4 at some point in castle. But again, we are always talking about, can we just take on d4? Can we take on d4? That's a problem. There is a problem in your position where we're eyeing the spawn. We're just having a good day. We're relaxing. And you have a pawn on d4 that you're going to have to deal with the rest of the game. But I think at some point he will play something like bishop b1 or bishop c2. These are moves that you see lots of times in these type of positions where in ISO pawns, obviously, where especially the ones on d4, usually you go like bishop b1 and like if it wasn't Hikaru, you just go from 8, bishop b1 and like queen c2 or d3, play bishop g5, play h4 h5 when you castle, and try to mate you every time. And it still can be played, but it's going to come with a lot of risk here. You are playing Grandmaster, Super GM, half man, half everything else. Hikaru, it doesn't work like that, so you're going to have to do a little bit more in this game, obviously, but it is one of the plans of the ISO pawn, which is just attack you. So let's see what happens, actually. It is on his move.
Let me say one thing, though, is that I do really like that Hikaru already has this rook on d8. Like, we know that white lost a tempo on normal lines by doing rook e1, rook d1. Hikaru hasn't lost any tempos at all. Like, every single move that he's made is useful. I mean, having the rook here, I mean, you can basically have a position like this with the queen on d8 and like the rook on still on a8, right? So I feel like having the rook here, giving you extra control over d5 and attacking that pawn is a very nice inclusion. So yeah, no, I'm quite happy with Hikaru's position from the opening.
Absolutely, 100% happy with it too as well. We all should be happy here, chat. I see you, Suzanne. You're funny. What's up, guys? Hello. How's the chat doing? How you feel for your boy today? Do you think he's gonna win or what? Do you think he's gonna win or what today, guys? What do you think is going to happen? I feel Hikaru is definitely comfortable already in this position. I think he's doing great. There's an isolated pawn, and we have a great position. Pieces are out and developed. What else can you ask for, right? Develop your pieces, castle your king, and we have a weakness and something to deal with. We're playing great chess here as Hikaru.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at some of the other games. I mean, I guess I think we can say after 13 moves, like the opening is kind of done. We see where this is going for the middle game. We're going to have this isolated queen pawn position for a while. So let's take a look at some of the other big matchups of the day. There's Magnus having lost yesterday. He's going to try to get on the board against Wesley. And this is one of those, I guess it's the Spanish where he takes, he took on, it's the anti-Berlin. Bishop c5, and it's a line where they take early on c6. Yes, this is like played a lot. I've seen this like a ton, especially in games of like Fabiano Caruana. Okay. So what can we say? I always go to sleep seeing these positions, James.
Oh yeah, we can take a nap. I mean, I got my coffee right here, and I got some more on the pot just in case for some of these positions. And this is one of those. Let me take a sip real quick to wake up.
I mean, the thing is, guys, that it's a very closed position and there's a lot of maneuvering for a long time. That's basically why. I mean, it doesn't strike excitement into my heart, these types of positions. White's given up the bishop pair. I guess you can say their pawn structure is a bit better. And a very typical plan. Let me just see what was Black's last move. So he played f6. Okay. I mean, not strictly forced. I suppose this game, it was rook e8. I was going to actually say was a very typical plan with knight f8 and knight e6. I mean, so that's why he's going rook e8. I mean, white tries to play f4 when they can, I guess, in these positions, although he's like a long way from being able to do that. So he might do something, I don't know, maybe bishop e3. But yeah, rook e8. Only thing I'm curious about is like why didn't he just start with rook e8? I mean, it looks like he could have, but he started with f6. Okay.
Definitely weird. It could have just started rook e8. That's the most common people, or most people would just probably go, in fact, rook e8. That's correct. Queen
I mean, if I had to choose a side here, James, I'd actually choose black to play with.
Okay.
Because I like the potential of the bishop pair. And I feel like, if things go right, we can even like do some sort of kingside attack one day.
Ooh, yeah, especially with the light square bishop. Definitely King's Indian-esque, but the bishop's on c5 instead of g7. Usually the bishop actually is not the greatest piece in the King's Indian, dark square bishop, because it is locked in usually after you play e5 at some point, or having pawns just on dark squares. But white, I just don't like the potential. My knights don't look that good. Like my knights don't have the right squares. Hence the move f6 was actually a really strong move from Wesley. I think, what did they say? I think it was reassess your chess from from Jeremy Silman talks about the knight's worst enemy is the pawns, in fact. So the pawns, like f6 is a very strong move there, and this f6 move actually restricts a lot of the knight's movement. And also the pawn on c6 as well is restricted on d5 and b5. So your knights don't look that good. The bishops are actually very nice here. They're very sharp. So I mean, black is definitely, I would like black too here. We do have that choice of g5, h5 at some point, right? Move the king to h8, rook g8, and go for mate there. It's very nice. And we don't have the bishops here. We're going to have to do some rerouting as Magnus here, something like knight d1 and the knight e3 or bishop e3, because this knight on c3 is a terrible piece for sure.
Yeah, I think Gukesh actually just made a move. So let me just come back to that. Let me see, Gukesh Naka. Yeah, he actually played, he played this move that we kind of mentioned, a4, that we decided wasn't that dangerous, but he went for that. And I think, yeah, I mean, to me, b4 is like very natural. I don't really see myself taking that pawn unless I really have to. I mean, it kind of opens up the white rook. I mean, I suppose you can consider this type of idea. I mean, if they take with the rook, you're going to go knight b4. But they'll probably take here. And yeah, I just don't see why Hikaru would go for this. I mean, it's obvious that he went for the c takes d4 move in order to get some winning chances. And he would know that, since he's going to lose that pawn, he's like really the only one playing for a draw. I just don't really see him going for this move as black.
Yeah, I also don't want to give him the pass pawn on the b file. I mean, we had that problem yesterday. It wasn't a problem, but it was something we had to handle when Wesley had to pass b pawn, or g pawn, pass g pawn yesterday in that game that they drew. And it was, I mean, of course he did it with precision, but also it is quite scary anytime someone has a pass pawn. So it takes precision. He did a great job of doing that yesterday. We don't have to give those type of chances at all here. b4 is a very natural move. Makes a lot of sense. You just play b4, you gain a tempo there, and then we figure out what to do with the a6 pawn because it is hanging after the knight moves.
Yeah, and I gotta say that in this position here, Hikaru is going to go into the tank, I think, for a little while because of the multitude of choices that he has. Like he can take the knight, he can take the pawn, he can just castle, right? So there's all these choices, and there's even some kind of like a knight a5 move trying to get to the b3 square and opening up the bishop from b7. So there's just so many things for him to think about. I do think that b4 he'll probably play relatively quickly, but then he's going to think on his next move. So that's my prediction. You know what? Let's make some guesses. Hold on. So after
$100 a move, I'm up 200 from yesterday. Let's go. All right.
So you're going to spend like 5 minutes here.
Okay, 5 minutes on.
At least, 5 minutes or higher. Do you want to make any bets here, James?
Oh, we can make a bet. We can definitely bet it. All right, so 5 minutes or higher on b4 94. I'm going to say he's going to move quickly. In fact, it's going to be less than 5 minutes. I'm going to say 5. So you want more than 5 or more? I'm going less than 5 after 94.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting. I mean, I guess it depends also how much time he spends here. Like if he spends a lot of time here, then he's more likely to make his next move faster. But yeah, my prediction is like he's going to play this move within a couple of minutes, and then he'll spend more time on after 94. We'll see. That's actually kind of an interesting moment.
Yeah, absolutely. It is very interesting here, guys. a4, we have to either take it or play b4. Those are our options. He's most likely to play b4 here. B takes a4 just allows too much. It also almost gives white a pass pawn. The a pawn does stop it, but I mean, it may not be there for so long. It is a weak pawn, in fact. So we don't want to really have that. But after b4, we have to deal with a6 too. So maybe knight takes e4 after that.
He's surprised. He's surprised by Gukesh's move. So a4 did elicit some reaction from Hikaru, like this reaction of like, I don't really think reaction from Hikaru. Like,
there he is. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, someone getting in the paper.
Okay. Hey man, hey man. It's not that kind of party.
We don't need to see your pants. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not that kind of party, bro. All right. Yeah. No, Hikaru definitely making some faces there, thinking in the think tank. He's looking on the right side of the board, it looks like, and I see him twirling. Yeah, what's your pawn twirl elo there? I mean, do you twirl?
It's not high. It's not high. I don't really know how to interpret that.
Yeah, the pawn twirl. They say that your pawn twirl is definitely like a part of your elo. So, you can definitely, and the faster you twirl the pawn, the higher the elo can be. So
Yeah,
pretty.
our chat is asking, can Hikaru take on d4? I think not so much at this moment, right, guys? Because it's always that typical thing where, there's bishop takes b5 in the end. So, you got to watch out for those unprotected pieces and the discovered attack possibilities. You definitely don't really want to lose an exchange like this. So I don't think he's ready to take that pawn yet. And you guys are also asking us, I love your chess questions, by the way, keep them coming. B4, knight e4, and you're asking about a5. That's a possibility. It's not like the first move that comes to mind. I'm going to explain why. First of all, because it's not a forcing move, right? Like, the thinking process in chess has to begin with forcing moves, right? Checks, captures, threats. Well, since you don't have checks here, these are the two captures. So they definitely going, to occupy your mind first. Then you have like a powerful concept like castling, building harmony. And in terms of like this pawn, like, is it hanging? That's the question. I mean, for example, like, so basically I'm not going to play this move unless I really feel like I'm about to lose this pawn. But am I? Because your knight is still here and then your queen is overloaded between guarding those two things. Like, for example, if I castle, you can't, you can take an a6, I suppose, and you take an f6, but you're going to lose this pawn in the end. So, for example, bishop takes here. Now you got to throw in the intermediate capture so you don't lose a piece. And after queen a6, knight d4, yeah, black is probably absolutely fine because black's pieces are just actually very good here.
And very active. The only problem we would have, obviously, is just keeping an eye on the A pawn. Keep an eye on it. Yes, it is a passed pawn. And, you get what his acronyms would say, keep it under lock and key. You got to definitely pay attention to this passed pawn. But at the same time, our pieces are very active. And white has not completed development. That is always a thing to pay attention to. Have you completed your development? Did you get all the pieces off the back rank, or did you connect the rooks? White still has not done that yet. So it's very important to actually connect this. The queen on the C file is very active. Queen C2 at some point, and then we could have a pass pawn after queen takes B2 and stuff like that. So it's pretty strong for black in this position. Period. Really, it's going to be tough to take that pawn on A6 here. Yeah, it takes maybe bishop.
Yeah, because you basically, your bishop's not developed. You got issues with that pawn. There's a tactical threat with bishop F2. Yeah, black, paying attention to piece activity, guys, is a really good way to know what's going on in a game. When you see all the pieces developed, you see good connections, especially amongst the rooks, nice open bishop, the king is safe, no weaknesses around the king. It usually tells you like black is doing absolutely fine. So yeah, I would just say that a5, I'm just not sure that it's going to kind of cross cross his radar, basically, because there's just so many other moves that black needs to consider here first. But look at this. Okay, so Hikaru, I'm already kind of wrong in my prediction because he's been thinking about like 4 minutes, and he still hasn't played b4, which does mean that after he plays b4, once he decides on it, then he might already be kind of getting ready for his next move. So I think there's a pretty decent chance I'm going to be wrong. Yeah. It's already been 4 minutes because once you play b4, you know exactly where the knight is going, so you generally
the next move quickly.
Yeah, you generally have some idea, but okay, I still feel like there's a chance we could still get that 5-minute think because he's still looking maybe at ba4. Maybe once he realizes he wants to do it, he'll be like, okay, I'll figure out my next move because there's going to be like a lot to still think about.
Yeah, definitely. There is a lot to think about here. He's calculating the whole line, guys. That's what Hikaru does. He's like, yeah, b4, a4, and blah blah blah, and they just just throw out all these moves, and hopefully you're following him. So he's thinking about everything right now. B4, knight e4, takes, castles, and G6, right? All this other stuff. We upper juicer, right? In the end, is what he says. So at the end of the day, here he is thinking about the line, not necessarily the move, but what follows after the moves. So B takes A4 or B4 are going to be his options. And then after he makes the moves, he's going to probably rattle off a few more very quickly after he makes the move here.
We got another great question from Dragon's Gaze. The Dragon's Gaze has pointed him to the A5 square for the queen.
That's cute. That's a move, big fella. Look at that. Queen A5.
Yeah, and I'm gonna just tell you, why that's not gonna happen, right? And the reason is, like, look, guys, a really important concept in chess. Just remember this, okay? It's centralization. This is where you want your pieces to be most of the time, and especially if the center is open, you need pieces in the center. So the reason this isn't going to happen is simply because it's like, okay, you're moving the same piece again, and we're still not castled, and you're moving it out of the center. And yes, your move kind of has an idea. You're trying to pin the pawn, but it's also tactically, I would say, tactically very risky. And just conceptually risky, right? Just this idea that like the queen is going to go there, then you have to deal with like some bishop move, then they would threaten that, or you have to also deal with like, what if they take my pawn, I take their rook, they take my knight. I mean, is there going to be a discovery? I mean, and it's kind of like when you have simpler options, guys, you just don't need to really go for this very risky stuff, right? It's like the risk reward. Like, do you think this move is going to win for you? If the answer is no, then the risk is too high, right?
Absolutely. It says they say this is unnecessary is the word there. It's unnecessary. It looks cool and it's great. It's a great move, actually. But I mean, okay, there is also, like, for instance, Theo in the chat actually says after Queen A5, Bishop H6, which is the first thing I looked at, is just move the bishop to H6. That's a sick line because immediately I'm already hitting G7. Then the idea here is actually if you take on H6, we take on B5 first, hit your rook, then we take on C6. Did you want to castle now? Are you going to castle? You should castle your king. Now when you're going to castle, it's going to look a little strange there. So Queen A5 looked like a very cool move there, but you do have to, worry about the consequences of it. Also, as Irina mentioned, the centralization is important, right? The queen was very nicely placed on C7 already. Queen A5 actually doesn't even threaten anything as well. So big fan of threats. I teach students 3 threats or more in a row if you can do this, right? So B4 is actually nice. Queen A5 is not a threat at all. It actually steps right into the line of fire there, but it is a choice. It's just an unnecessary choice, and it doesn't have to. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
But
you definitely want to think about risk reward, guys. Like, if you feel like a move can be very critical, in the sense like you might win the game from that, right? Then you invest your time, your energy into calculating it. If a move is kind of feels like peripheral, like, it's not like a lot is at stake, like you're not making huge threats, and yet there's risk to you, like, you basically kind of eliminate that from your thinking. So yeah, but guys, keep those questions coming. I think you can learn a lot from asking questions.
Absolutely correct. That is right. Is Hikaru a chess player or Pokemon? Whatever you want it to be, in fact. I can't see the next move. That's nice, baby girl. That is pretty nice. Lesson range, depending. Okay.
Rook B1, winning or no. That puts the rook behind a pawn, not on an open line. So I don't think we're going to be seeing that, guys. At what point does it become bad etiquette for taking too long with no clock? I mean, does anyone, really play with no clock these days? I guess like with your friends at home.
Yeah, you don't play with a clock anymore. And in fact, bad etiquette. I mean, like, for instance, back in the days, they used to spend hours before making a move without the clocks. Think about that. Do you really want to sit in a game for hours, right? One game, hours, and it's a cool game. Oh, playing with friends. Yeah, let me sit here. I'll be back at 4 o'clock. And make this move, my guy. Like, no, you're gonna play with a clock, guys. You're gonna play with a clock. But you can use a lot of time on it. I actually recommend, if you're gonna use a clock, you want to play games, put an hour on a clock. Put 2 hours. That's fine per side. That's actually how I started. I played a lot of chess and with long time controls. 2 hours. Hour, then it got slower a little bit, and then now we playing bullet in 30-second chess. But of course, I was more of 25 minutes at some point, 30 minutes per side, 45 minutes per side, playing with my dad. So it's cool. Definitely use a clock. And if you do use a clock, they also have the chess.com. I mean, if you don't have one, you can use your phone. They got the chess.com app. You can use that. You can set it to whatever time you want just to play on the clock. It's very good to do that. Get used to it. Mail in the
Yeah.
moves.
Yeah. Playing a game from 1995. No, I was, you know what I was thinking about how to pronounce Gukesh's first name.
Oh
And
yeah,
the
that's what
right
that.
way, guys, I thought about how to explain this to you. It's D Gukesh.
Yeah,
Okay.
so yeah,
You can't
that's
go
it.
wrong with that one.
Can't go wrong with that one. Yeah, I'm not even Prags. I call him Prag. I'm like, what Ramesh? And then it's some other stuff in there, and then like Pragnananda, which I know that now. But the D Gukesh, that's his name, bro. D. We call
Yeah,
him.
I think that's kind of usually how it's just written. So, yeah, we're waiting for this B4 move, but Hikaru, he's been thinking for actually more than 10 minutes now. And yeah, we'll see. We'll see what he comes up with. Let's take a look at some of the other games. We were looking at Magnus's game with Wesley. And after Wesley played rook e8, Magnus did play bishop e3. I kind of guessed that one. Why did I guess that one? Kind of simple because there's not much for this bishop to do. This bishop's pretty good. And so when we go bishop e3, we're kind of delaying this knight f8 move. That was the idea. And now let's see if we can guess Wesley's move. I think he's thinking, right? Unless he's made other moves, but like, what would I do here for black? Queen e7 comes to mind, James. Bishop b6, and if they take with the c pawn.
Okay.
I don't know about that one. I don't know. I don't know how many times. Look, James, I don't know how many times I can afford to capture away from the center.
Right, you always usually capture towards the center is what you usually do, but this is quite interesting. I mean, there are exceptions. There's always exceptions in chess, so it is important to understand you can take, away.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't take that way just because I don't really want to let them capture with the f pawn. I mean, queen e7 seems pretty reasonable. Okay, he went bishop d6. Okay. So he kind of makes a little concession. What did the computer say? Did he like this queen e7? No, he likes moving away the bishop somewhere, like even here. Queen e7, so okay. Yeah, I don't know. It seems it's actually like a reasonable move. I don't know that there's something actually wrong with queen e7. So he goes bishop d6, a little bit passive, and Magnus goes knight d2, knight f8. How about f4? Ooh, f3. Wow, I was telling you guys that usually white wants to play f4 in these positions. I don't know that that would give him much because there's like knight e6 and knight d4 coming.
Oh yeah, yeah, that makes sense.
So he goes f3. But yeah, like I said, guys, it's like a long maneuvering game. This knight's going to come there. Black usually puts a pawn there to control the d4 square better. And, yeah, the maneuvering goes on for a long time. So let's see what else we got. We have Abdusatora. No, wait. Making sure, hold on. I got to find the right round. Yeah, here we go. We've got Tari versus Abdusatorov. Wow. This looks like it was a kind of a Sicilian. Is it a Sicilian? Some weird Sicilian? Am I right?
Yeah. Something
very strange.
Whoa.
Wow. But okay, like so far it's like kind of normal, but then it's gonna, oh wow.
I like it, big fella. That's nice. Rook g8 with g5 intentions. You know what's funny? You know where he learned this from, Irina? Getting a smash yesterday from Shaq. And that rook g8 move, or actually Abdusatorov saw the game with Tari and Shaq and played rook g1. Remember that g4 rook g1 idea, queen over to g2 after f3. Rook g8 from Abdusatorov. He's learning. Very nice. Also, this is a very cool move. You can play this in lots of openings. I have a course coming out for Chessable for the Jobava London. In the Philidor lines, we play rook g1 a lot. It's a very early thing. You can also see this in the freak attack of the Sicilian, which is rook g1 move 6. Rook g1 and you play g4. It's a very cool thing. But rook g8 actually is very nice. It's almost like in reverse a freak attack with the black pieces. That's crazy. I've never seen it from the black side, but I have seen it from white playing rook g1. So I'm a big fan of this move. And then he played g5. I'm definitely a big fan of the Abdusatorov's position here.
Yeah, well, this is like really interesting. And I can see from the time usage that I guess like he has this kind of prepared. It's fairly typical that when the center's not open yet and white has this move here that like you do see ideas like that in the Sicilian, these anti-Sicilians once in a while. but it's fascinating for sure. And then he goes like h6 because he doesn't want to sack the pawn. Wow.
Man, what are they doing? What are they doing? B4? B4.
Oh, that is stylish. I mean, Tari wants to make an impression on us too.
Oh,
he's like, you know what? Like, you played rook g8 to impress the crowd. Well, I'm going to play b4 to impress the crowd.
It's a wild game.
So he's basically saying, like, look, black is obviously breaking rules of development. I mean, the king's still in the center. I guess he figured that d4, which is kind of my first impression, which I don't know. Like, to me, d4 here seems, very normal. But actually, b4 seems to be like a move that is actually on the computer's radar, believe it or not, guys. I mean, it's quite shocking. I guess he wants to go maybe d4 after they take, or a3. So he's playing in Benko Gambit style.
Yeah.
Wow.
This
is super fascinating. I mean,
this is wicked. Whoa, wicked. G4 takes. D4. Wow. Yeah, this is going to be spicy. This is not going to be a draw for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, guys, it's basically white center versus black's play on the G file. That's what it is.
Who would you take here, Arena, white or black?
Yeah, I would take white. Yeah, I believe a believer in the center, Yeah, I'm the same. I think white hasn't made any mistakes. I think they've got a nice queen, which is doing a good job laterally defending stuff. Their bishop is also protecting G2. I feel like, these pieces can be developed. So I have to really say white, because I just cannot believe you can give up the center like this to your opponent and then make this work with these kinds of pieces,
That's exactly the point.
Yeah, I mean, there's bishop G7, like bishop B2. I don't know. I have to say, like, I see white's concept here a lot more easily than black's.
Absolutely. I mean, the thing here is that black does not have the pieces for the attack that we want. The rook is on the G file. The knight's blocking it. The bishop actually covers G2 very well on bishop on F1, that is. Our pieces are just not aligned ready to attack the king. So this is why I don't like black's position, but I do like the open G file and the potential of an attack. But that potential is quite far right now, especially with white owning the entire center right now. I have 3 pawns in the center. I can push when I want to, and etc. It feels really good to have white here with the space. Yes, we haven't developed all the way yet. Still got a few pieces to get off the back rank, but so does black. And you also need to castle or at least find some king safety with the king on E8 there, especially if we blow the center open at some point. It's going to be a problem for black's king sitting right there in this X-ray of the rook on E1. So white definitely like the white pieces here. Well, interesting game for sure.
Yeah, I mean, black basically maybe has to go to moves like that to try to open up the queen. Well, I mean, that's possible, like D5, knight A5, I guess. Maybe queen B4. Maybe this is not too bad for black. I mean, now the center is kind of closed. The the knight here is pretty nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, like our bishop is not doing too much over here attacking that pawn.
This is just strange. Like, it feels like something is loose for black.
Yeah, and I'm not really threatening your pawn because bishop f8 traps my queen in a really funny way.
That is actually really sick. Bishop f8 traps the queen. Interesting. You don't see that queen trap every day. In fact, that's a pretty good trap there. We also have c5 at some point, maybe. We got to develop this knight, but the knight on the rim is dim, and it's not coming back anytime soon with that knight on a5 there. Very interesting position here. Do we have some moves? A6 takes and d4. Yeah, now it's still on Abdusaturov's move here. This is probably the spiciest game so far. Yeah,
I mean, certainly the opening is setting it up to be super exciting. And by the way, Hikaru has been thinking for more than 20 minutes. Yeah, he still hasn't made a decision about his B pawn. So that's really, you see, like, my prediction, I would say, was way off. Like, I thought he would move quickly and then think, but he's been spending 20 minutes, which I never would have guessed in that situation. That'll be interesting to ask him about.
Oh, absolutely. Especially if he comes on today for an interview, we definitely have to ask him just his thoughts about the B4 move. Why did he take so long and what was he thinking about? Just so we all can figure that out and we all can know, because we would love to know his thoughts on it. I mean, B4 seems like a very simple move as it is. And also B takes A4 as an option, but Well, we definitely check that out. Whoa, what is this
That
game?
is a Nimzo. That's something I can recognize easily. It's an F3 Nimzo.
Okay.
Something that I used to play. I even played this move once against a younger Magnus Carlsen in
Nice.
Norway. Yes, it was a tournament. Where was it? I was some city in Norway, Gosdal. Gosdal. Yeah, I played that tournament a couple of times in a row in 2007 and 2008.
Wow.
And in one of those years, Magnus actually was playing. He won the event. So we're in a main line. Yes, where basically white wins a pawn, but they get these like split up pawns. But white also gets the two bishops. And, you know, of course, if black can basically win the pawn back, he's going to be doing great, right? So white goes with the queen. They have these queen b4 ideas. Yeah, I kind of abandoned the stuff for white at some point. Kind of my game with Magnus was one of probably my last games in that line. Because I was just like, yeah, I think black can equalize this.
Whoa, this is crazy.
Okay, so here we are. Geary has got white. I mean, the other thing is like you don't even have to win the pawn back right away because those pawns are so bad, right? One of our ideas, I guess, is to go knight d4 at some point. Like maybe if we went knight d4, pulled the bishop back, and went knight b5, well, then we would be clearly better.
Right.
So,
yeah, definitely. Clearly better here. I mean, the bishop on c8 too is like, I mean, a problem for me. White has these structure problems himself. I mean, who do I take here? I honestly, I'm a Nimzo fan, so I would actually take black, to be honest. I am just a fan of the Nimzo and how solid and how dynamic it is. It's just a very good opening. And the F3 Nimzo is a problem. But, I mean, he's actually feel like he's negated the problem so far. It is on his move, so moves for black. I mean, bishop d7. Really just develop. 95.
Yeah, you know, I was going to say this was actually my top move for black to ask about.
Yeah, what are we doing?
The idea is to control these squares and you're threatening a6 or sometimes even just bishop d7.
Right.
You know, so this is the very next move that black is planning to play, and the bishop's a bit trapped. So I guess this knight must move at this point. Now, where is it going to go? Is it going to go to f4, where it's not that great, or at d4, where it kind of wants to go, but then where potentially this pawn can be taken at some point. I don't know if it's yet because, you know, we would be hanging the knight.
Right, knight is hanging, but we do have a6 there. It gets really murky. I guess we get the pawn back.
Yeah.
Very strange stuff. Knight d4, okay. Knight d4, yeah, maybe I just develop or play knight c6. I'm always a fan of just getting pieces out. Queen c5 definitely is a cool move. Is there any tricks? I can't move the knight anywhere cool. Knight e6, that drops the bishop on e3 with check.
I can also do a6, James, right? Like I can do a6. And when you push back, maybe then I can take
c5, threatening queen takes c3 as well. Maybe we see a king f2, which is a very common move in the f3 Nimzo. I've seen a lot of king f2s there. Yeah, this is definitely heating up a little bit, especially after 95. Nisha's going to have to be precise, I think. I think black can get an advantage, or at least feel like it. Engine's like, yeah, this is equal. Like, okay, whatever. But it's practically definitely like black's position. I feel like my pieces seem a little bit more active, even though, you know, white is one move away from connecting the rooks here. We kind of are too, though. Bishop d7. You have some structural weaknesses with a3 and c3 as well. But you got the bishop pair. So like pros and cons. You got this, but I got that. But you got this, but I got that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, 95 is definitely a move that is like, it's going to force some things to happen in the near future, right? And it's, you know, these lines, they can be risky positionally for white. It's not like it's not like a one-way street where white is better. White has like pawn weaknesses. And by the way, Hikaru did play b4. So, okay, Hikaru, yes, we've been expecting you to do that. But like, yeah, knight e4. Okay, so this is the interesting point. Like, I guess we can show the game, even though we've talked about all of this stuff. And so Hikaru, after a long think, okay, you see, he went for the opposite approach to what I was saying, right? he basically thought for a really long time on b4, but then once knight e4 happened, then he answered instantly, right? Instead of the other way around. So he'd obviously been planning this, and then he castled. Okay, so, you know, he got a few moves in a row in after the big think.
Absolutely. Here, I mean, no problems. This is a great position for black, 100%. Because the pawn on d4, we actually have a queen on the c file right now. Trades will favor actually black because of the isolated pawn. It's not an easy pawn to grab now. It's well defended. The rook defends it. Bishop e3 is going to defend it. The knight defends it. So it's going to be a while before we actually get pose any problems to this pawn right now. But we can do lots of maneuvering and improving our position. For instance, bishop f6, knight e7, rook d7 to double the rooks, right? You also maybe g6 is very weakening, but it is very possible too to just kind of, you know, blunt the bishop there is what they say, or h6 actually too as well is a move, not necessary, but definitely can be played here. He spent a lot of time on that move and he whipped out the moves so far, but again, black's just totally fine. I mean, this is not a lot of poison in this position really for either side.
Yeah, and I would say that a really big idea in these positions is this move knight a5, because you're not really going to be able to win this pawn, probably because they always protect it with bishop e3. But knight a5 is like you're offering the trade of bishops, which is good for you. And your knight is also aiming for these weak squares on b3 and c4. So I think this is like a very major part of black's plans in the upcoming moves.
In fact, Irina, we have someone in the chat that says, Greek gift. Why is the Greek gift not possible?
Nice. Okay, you guys definitely know your attacking ideas. So the Greek gift is when you sacrifice your bishop to bring out the king, and then you follow up with this knight jump, and then you bring in the queen for checkmate like here, right? The problem, though, is that there's a piece controlling g5, right? So when you go there, it just gets captured. And then, yeah, the Greek gift doesn't work with like a bishop there instead of a knight, right? I can kind of do anything here. But now, basically, this is just one check, and it's pretty harmless. And yeah, you need a knight over here instead of a bishop for the Greek gift to work. So when you are thinking about a Greek gift sacrifice, always good to look at all of your checks and captures and every move that pulls the king out into the open. When you think about that, just make sure, like, first of all, some elements are in place, like you will, you know, A, actually be able to get a knight there, you know, B, that your queen will go there. And another helpful thing that I've noticed is like you need to make sure in these positions that nobody can guard that square. Like you need to make sure like no piece is there to guard, that like a bishop can't go somewhere on this diagonal and guard, right? That a knight is not there that can guard, right? Because these things only work when like this is a real threat and there's no defense.
Very nice.
Oh, yeah, but very good question. Yes, I love doing the instructional stuff, James.
Oh, of course. We like teaching it. We love doing it. We are teachers too as well.
Do you do a lot of teaching?
I do, in fact. I do tons of teaching. They say teaching is learning twice a lot of times. So I actually teach a lot of advanced students all the way up to 2,200 too as well. I do a lot of coaching. I do coaching also Chess Kid as well. Chess Kid is a powerful tool. People don't understand that the Chess Kid lessons, I even teach adults sometimes on Chess Kids. The Chess Kid lessons there, in fact, I always like to make a point here. They're teaching kids how to do prophylaxis, and they don't even know how to spell prophylaxis, right? And they're teaching kids know how to do it. They know how to triangulate, and they don't even know what that really is, but they know how to do it because the Chess Kid lessons, right? So it's very important. This is how the kids are getting insane at chess here. I remember I beat Mark Parago, my first GM, over the board from an idea that I learned from a Chess Kid lesson. I remember I was teaching it, and the lesson was, it was a game from Alekhine for the people in the chat. Oh, he said Alekhine. Eliakin, right? Alekhine, he had a game where he sacrificed a knight on f7. And then after the king takes, he sacrificed his queen on e6. It was a nasty combination. If you take the queen, then it's knight g5 checkmate. But the idea here was he couldn't take the knight on f7. In fact, I think this is like tactics on the f-pawns is the Chess Kid lesson that it comes from. But I remember I did something similar to Mark Parago where I sacrificed a knight on f2. And then I placed another knight, and I got 3 pawns for a piece, and I ended up winning. It was a King's Indian game. It was a very strong game. But I remember that from a Chess Kid lesson. So very powerful, guys. Very powerful, the Chess Kid tools. But I am a teacher all the time. Love teaching. Love teaching.
Awesome. Yeah. I mean, I also work a lot with students. And, one thing that I've gotten into kind of from also the instructional angle is on my YouTube channel, I do videos where I kind of use a lot of material that I get from my students, where I can I see a lot of typical examples, typical mistakes that people are making at certain levels. And so I try to kind of turn that into really clear lessons for people in some, short videos, guys. So if you want to check that out on YouTube, just search up Irina Crush and you'll find me.
There you go. Make sure you go sub to the channel for Irina Crush. Mine is James Canty III. Y'all can go sub to our channels there. I'm trying to get to the big boy numbers like Hikaru and Gotham Chess. So we're trying, guys. So for the little guys like us, go sub to the channel over there and check some stuff from us on Twitch and YouTube, and you can get some insightful stuff.
And thank you, Moves, for Irina's YouTube is legit very good teaching material. Okay, I'm glad you have watched some of those videos. Yeah, thank you guys. There we go. I don't publicize it as much as I can. I started the channel, James, so quietly. I didn't make any public announcements. I literally just started adding videos and without telling anybody that I was doing it,
Yeah, that's the wrong way. In fact, Irina, we're supposed to do it the other way. You make the video and you're supposed to tell everyone about it. In fact,
yeah, well, my first time talking about it was at the American Cup. So I kind of wanted there to be some good content there. And before I start letting people know, so only in March, I started letting people know that this thing actually exists, And okay, now I'm trying to talk about it more because there already are a number of videos up there. And I have this one title, James, that is kind of tricky. Okay. It's called Stability is Important in Relationships.
Oh, that's going to be, people going to stumble on that. They don't play chess, in fact.
I know, right? It's so tricky. But you know what I'm talking about, guys? I mean, I reveal it pretty early on. I'm talking about piece stability. You need piece stability on the chessboard, those connections of the pieces. And it's funny. I mean, life is very similar, right? They say chess mimics life.
Right.
And so many things, so many concepts we have in the game of chess can be applied to life. So of course, that's one of them actually.
Absolutely. Look at that, guys. Wow. The play on the words there. Make sure y'all go sub to the channel. Go watch that video right now. In fact, I'm going to watch that video later right there. That's pretty nice. Okay. I like it. Just subscribe to Irina Crush channel. There you go. I'd like to see it. Best.
Yeah. So someone is like, what are you supposed to do with that information? Why stability is important? Because a lot of people, starting out in chess, guys, they don't quite appreciate how protected pieces, right, are important. That's what I'm talking about. You're like, why is an outpost important? Because you have a protected piece. Why are connections important between pieces? I'm always very big, guys, at pointing out hey, the rooks are finally connected, right? Because that's actually a sign of stability for your position.
Right.
So you do want to kind of notice those things, right? Tactically speaking, guys, if you pay attention to having protected pieces, having connections between your pieces, you're actually much less likely to blunder.
That's exactly right. Yeah, piece harmony. And when in fact they call it talking to your pieces. There's a book that I recommend. I'm actually reading it now. I was someone told me this is a fire book. Even Chess Dojo Live, Kostia Kavutsky, International Master, if you guys know who that is. It's called Under the Surface. It's a very good book, and I'm reading it now, and it actually has already helped me a little bit of just thinking about pieces and talking to them. Where do they feel correct? Where does this piece feel good? In fact, and a lot of times it was even talking about pieces on the edge of the board and showing one idea was the relationship with the pieces, you having a relationship with your pieces, understanding, hey, does it feel good on A5, like his knight, Hikaru's knight on A5, or does it feel better on D5? So you would actually be conscious of making bad moves or making moves that may not make sense to you before, but now it will make sense that you put this piece on a better square instead of putting it on the edge. Now, of course, Hikaru is 2775, so he can do this. He can do whatever he wants. He's a world champion, official world random, so he can do whatever he wants. But for us and everyone else here, you got to be careful, obviously, putting your pieces on certain squares because you need to figure out what they want. What do your pieces want? Talk to them, right? So well,
Hikaru did play this knight move that we had mentioned, right? Offering up the trade of the bishops, because you want to trade pieces when you're playing against an isolated pawn, guys. It sort of magnifies the weakness of that pawn as you get more pieces off the board. That's a very common strategy. And he allowed the tempo on the queen, but he says, okay, no big deal. It just pulls back. And the knight, the knight is interested in that square. And of course, white has to figure out what to do with his hanging bishop. And if he trades, okay, well, black is quite happy to make that recapture. And I think he'll be satisfied with that position. So, yeah, guys, this has been an interesting discussion. And I guess it's a good point for us to take a very short break and come back with our resumed coverage.
Cool. We'll be back in a few, guys.
Hey guys, we're back with our coverage of the second round of Norway chess, where Hikaru is playing Gukesh today with the black pieces, and Gukesh is still in thought, as he was before we went on our break after Hikaru's move knight a5, and then his queen got attacked. He pulled it back. Gukesh is trying to figure out what to do with this bishop on e4, and James and I have been having some interesting conversations about our YouTube channel and all the teaching that we do.
Absolutely. We've been having those great conversations, and you guys are here with us as well as we watch these guys go at it today. Guys, make sure you subscribe to my YouTube, to Irina's, to Hikaru's, right? Of course, make sure you guys go get that great content out there that we're putting out for you guys so you can get better and, you know, use the content for yourself and work on your own game here. In this game, I think Hikaru is doing excellent so far, just like he did yesterday. And handling the black pieces is usually very tough at this high level here. They say win with white, draw with black. A lot of times you can win with the black pieces if the opportunities are given to you, but you have to play, you know, very solid and work, you know, before then. It takes work and, you know, play the position, play the board, not the person. So it's really important that, you know, Hikaru finishes his game strong, which he's doing right now. He has the isolated pawn he's playing against. He followed up with knight a5, as Irina mentioned here, with the b3 and c4 squares are quite weak. And we're just going good. Very good position so far for Hikaru.
Yeah, well, I guess we're going to let Gukesh think about this a little bit. He's been thinking for a while now. Let's take a look at that crazy game that we had between Tari and Abdusatorov. As our chat points out that that Tari's actually doing quite well on the board. Who do we think will win the whole tournament? Makalo asks. Man, how about we not just make those predictions? It's a little early. You know, guys, these players are all like so evenly matched. It's like been one round, so it's kind of hard to say anything. I mean, any of them can still win it.
Absolutely. Yeah, they have Ferrugia here. You got Fabi to just beat Magnus. And then you still have Magnus in the tournament, right? So, yeah, he lost the game. What if he just went on a streak after this, right? So we don't know. We also have Hikaru, great form. He's still doing his thing. We don't know. You know, we just gonna watch the games and hope for the best. There. We'll talk about that maybe halfway through, in fact.
Yeah. All right. Let's take a look. Let's just enjoy the games, guys. Yeah. That's actually funny, James. I love to make predictions, but this one is too hard for me to make.
Yeah. So
yeah, I just completely sidestepped that.
Yeah, that one we can't do right now. What we have here, d4, queen a5 question.
Okay, so the computer obviously didn't really like this queen a5. Yeah, we were looking at like more of these bishop g7 followed by pawn to e5 ideas. So he goes queen a5, which I think is very understandable because he basically wants to transfer that queen over to h5 to get closer to the h2 square. So, I mean, I definitely understand his move. I guess one of the things, oh yeah, and his point is, by the way, there is kind of a cool point that if I go d5 to try to cut off your queen, then you have knight d4 and using the queen hitting the rook to do this deflection, and then you come in and you attack f2 and the bishop. So there was kind of like a tactical trick lurking in the position as well. And, knight takes d4 is actually a threat. So Tari develops. Yes, getting those knights out from the back of the board, guys, is quite important. You know what I always tell my students? This is an important lesson, guys. You can solve a lot of problems through development in the opening. Like you think, oh, my rook is going to hang because that's the threat. Well, yeah, and then you can just develop a piece and the threat goes away.
Absolutely. In fact, that's principal chess. A lot of times, people are like, "Oh, my opening. He didn't play my opening." Right? A lot of people are obsessed with the openings, which is totally understandable. That's actually what does the best on YouTube. Is usually the opening videos, right? So people love the openings, but then when they play something different, people forget how to play chess, right? So what you want to do here is actually remember the fundamentals of chess, which is develop the pieces, get them off the back rank. You can't have any opening. All the openings are actually the same in one aspect. That aspect is get the pieces off the back rank, make sure you castle, then you start doing stuff. Central control. Okay, some are weird, don't know central control, but most openings have the same thing where you have to develop and get the pieces off the back rank. So knight c3, nice move here. I do like queen h5, but I think even that is going to be answered with maybe bishop f4, another development move. So it's really nice here. For Arjan, I think queen h5 is very practical. I do like it with queen h5, and then he wants to go knight d4. But another development move, bishop f4. I wonder if he goes knight d4 anyway, and then e5.
Yeah, so I mean, I think that is a very human move, really, right? And as we're getting closer to that square, those tactics are coming up. And actually, I mean, it's funny because yeah, the computer was saying this is somehow terrible. Yeah, I don't have that impression. I don't think from a practical point of view that like what Abdusatorov is doing is that strange. It's actually a very reasonable idea to post the queen in a dangerous spot. I think, who knows, like it might even be a great idea. Right. Irina, have you played Hikaru? How did it go if you did? I have not played Hikaru in a really long time, guys. We might have played at some kind of like World Open. Like was it maybe like 2006, something like that. And yeah, I managed to draw that game. So that was probably the last over the board game that I played with him.
Sweet. You better frame that.
I remember being very tired. I actually, what I remember about that game, why that was significant, because it was like a morning game. And I remember just my brain being so fried for that second round. And I was like, oh, these open tournaments with 2 rounds a day, like I just stopped doing that for a few years because I was like, I don't like how that feels. Like I gave everything in this first game for like, I don't know, 5 hours. And then you just got to go back and play another one. And you just, you don't really have that energy. And I mean, I was young then. But even then it was like very tiring. So that's something I remember very clearly, as a consequence of my game with Hikaru.
Absolutely. That's nice there. You came to Detroit plenty of times. So actually Hikaru, he came to Detroit in like 2021 maybe. And it was nice. And he came and he was playing games with all the players here. And a lot of us play. And I played 4 games. They're all on YouTube too as well. All on his channel. All the games are there. One game I was winning and just dropped my queen. And then 3 games I drew. So I lost in 3 draws. And then I won online. I've only won 1 time, and he crushed me the rest of the games. So I do have it framed. Like I got it framed. Like when you beat Hikaru, you frame it and you put it there forever because you will never get another chance to. So, it's very nice to do that, because he's only getting stronger, which is scary. So.
Yeah, so here we go. We got Gukesh thinking for a really long time and pulling away the bishop from the trade. I guess we should point out that knight b3, unprotected pieces, guys, lead to blunders. And then you walk into that double attack on checkmate on the knight, so we don't want to do that. I mean, okay, my first impression about the move bishop b1 is like, okay, there's obviously a logic in not trading pieces for white, right? So like there's no question that there is a logic to it. People were asking in our chat why Gukesh did not go knight d2. Well, I mean, that is probably quite possible, but Hikaru, it just generally wants to trade these bishops, right? Has a very solid position here. Probably queen b7. Although, I agree that there are questions about this position. you know, when you're double attacking my queen and pawn. And if I take,
And a passer.
you get like this pass pawn, and you know that's a big change in the pawn structure. Whether this is actually dangerous for black, I don't know, but you know, it feels a little bit, yeah, it feels a little uncomfortable, but maybe it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, it starts to feel like, you know, it starts to feel like white's got some initiative, right?
Absolutely feels like they have initiative there, which is I don't really like the knight on the edge. It's just I mean, usually, I mean, the saying goes, knight on the rim is dim or rim, whatever it rhymes with it. But the knight on the edge is just short on spaces. So we are gonna have to reroute this knight, maybe back to c6 at some point. I think that's probably his idea. We can't really go anywhere yet. So I mean, we do have the b3 square to hit d4 at some point, but I mean, we can't actually take it.
I have another idea, which is queen a8.
Okay.
Trying to make this trade happen on our terms.
Like it.
Kind of interesting. Obviously, if you take me, I'm extremely happy with that. But, you know, you might play like f3 and you might say, well, now if you take, I take with the f pawn. But you've also kind of weakened yourself a little bit. Maybe there's bishop f6 ideas here. Yeah, you might actually have some issues like guarding that pawn.
That is correct. Wow, shoot, that's actually very difficult to guard. But again, goes back to the only real weakness is that d4 pawn. That's very nice for Hikaru to have something to just latch onto for this game and understand my plan is quite simple. I want to trade pieces. I do want to make this pawn weaker, try to limit what you're doing. But at the end of the day, I'm playing risk-free. In fact, it feels like, I mean, already he's playing for two positions or two results. I mean, two results, meaning like win or draw. It's hard to lose this, definitely, especially in classical. We saw yesterday, of course, the Armageddon, like speed, fast, like time gets low, you make mistakes. But here, we got tons of time, classical game. We have a great position. So I think he's playing for two here.
Well, one thing I can say about bishop b1, right? So the most logical move is definitely g6 here. I think there's a very good chance Hikaru will play because we just pointed out that there are issues on this diagonal. And since your knight does generally want to one day have at least a chance to move there, I think this kind of move makes sense. You really want to restrict your opponent's pieces when you play chess, guys. I don't think it's that big of a deal that we're giving them this attack on our rook. But I guess we can take a look at this position after like knight e5 and kind of consider what is going on here. You're not really threatening that yet. You're not really threatening that yet. But in general, like white's pieces do look like they're in their standard attacking positions here. But yeah, now this might be the time for knight b3.
Yeah, knight b3. That move is definitely coming. But again, that d4 pawn is weak. And we're going to take after he moves the rook. Where does he go? Rook c4, though? Rook c4?
Yeah, and then we attack. I mean, there's also knight a5, by the way. So this could be a kind of a repetition opportunity for Hikaru. And then this is another kind of repetition opportunity if you want to go back to b7. I mean, I don't know if that's what he's going to want to do. He can go there. He can try to set up that. I mean, probably white's kind of activity with these pieces is sort of enough to make black want to not take a ton of risk. You know, so what can we say about this position? Yeah, g6. G6, I really like that simple move restricting the bishop. That's what I expect.
Oh, there's a move, by the way. In fact, there something happened.
Oh, bishop d5. Okay, interesting. So he went for this other move. Let me try to understand. Okay, so he's not afraid of this getting captured because there's going to be like knight to b3, maybe even bishop takes f3. Interesting that he just left this pawn behind. He's not concerned at all. Yeah, no, I think it's knight b3. Yeah.
Knight b3 and then rook.
Yeah.
c2. Whoa, it might be in some trouble. Where does the rook even go? Rook c2 only move?
Yeah, so it's getting awkward, right? Yeah, I doubt Gukesh is going to be taking this pawn. I think this pawn is not really going anywhere, and we can attack it pretty easily. You know what's funny? Like, we might even be able to attack it with like queen a8 or something.
Oh, queen a8, what a move.
Yeah, just like if we really want to win it, I mean, we should be able to win that pawn.
Yeah, that's a very nice move. I love Queen A8 there. Definitely love Queen A8.
Yeah,
The
that's the kind of thing that at least like if you're looking at this from White's point of view and you know this move exists, you just don't even like look in that direction. So he's not taking that pawn. All right, let's try to understand why Hikaru put the bishop there. So he wants to be able to put the knight there and have it be protected.
Exactly. And also, I mean, the rook is actually very short on spaces. So, I mean, knight b3 is going to be really annoying, followed by maybe a bishop d5, try to trade off the light square bishop there. I mean, you definitely feel, yeah, I can feel not initiative, but you can feel a turning point coming from Black's standpoint here. The pieces just feel better. White's pieces are all developed. Everything seems good. And it even seems like you could have a kingside attack. If the bishop was not on e7, there probably would be some type of slight discomfort and have to actually make some concessions by pushing pawns right around the king here. But the bishop is well placed on e7, stopping stuff. Greek gift, for instance. We can play g6, but that's going to make the position quite solid too as well. We do have dark square weaknesses, but you can't exploit them. And again, the d4 pawn is extremely weak. Very reminiscent of, in fact, yesterday we had a Panov-Botvinnik type game, and it's exactly as reminiscent to of it as well. I am not a fan anymore of playing the Panov-Botvinnik just because of the ISO pawn that it gives, and playing the stronger players, very strong players that understand these positions. It's hard to get the same attacks that you would like to get off, which it seems like this is just not going to happen. Hikaru is not going to get mated in this position. There's no way to really attack him, and White just has to deal with an ISO pawn.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look at knight e5 and figure out like what's wrong with knight to b3. Okay. That's sort of like the first move that comes to my mind. I mean, the computer is looking at various like queen moves to protect the pawn, but okay, this looks really natural.
I was going to say knight c6, but I think there's
knight
c6, knight c1, knight e7. Ooh, and then you take back, and then you take. Okay, so yeah, knight c6 is a nice in between move, I think.
Yeah, you're threatening the bishop with check, so I basically got to like protect the bishop. Then you, or maybe I don't know, maybe I'll go like this so that there's knight d. It's not a tempo. It actually gets somewhat complicated, doesn't it? What are these crazy lines?
Whoa, bishop f4. Whoa, what is going on right now?
Wow, okay, I'll go back though. Knight takes, queen takes. Where are you going with this rook? Okay. Yeah. I mean, I didn't exactly get what I wanted as black, but maybe even this is not so bad because like when you take my pawn, there's rook a8.
A8, yeah, but queen b5. I mean, I guess you have bishop c6, queen h5, g6, queen h6. This is a wild position still. Queen a6. Yeah, I probably have to go down this line. Queen a6.
Yeah. Well, there's also yeah. Queen a6, rook a8.
b5.
b5, and maybe just queen a7 there.
b7.
Yeah, I'm thinking queen a7.
Queen a7, defense. Queen d3, g6, bishop e5. Yeah. I mean, you have some real dark square weaknesses after queen g6. And
I agree. Like this is feeling not amazing. Even if we can get this pawn back, we don't really like playing with these dark square weaknesses. Right. Let's just think for a second for Hikaru. Bishop d5 and knight e5. Yeah, so knight e5 is the most active move for white. I do think Gukesh will play that. So now we can, we can actually stop, I guess, knight c6. Maybe queen b7 has a nice point.
I like that.
Which is that you're just kind of attacking that pawn and stopping knight c6 ideas.
I definitely love this one. Queen b7, it's just a nice move. I mean, the queen sits nice. There on g2, it actually is going to probably provoke a concession like f3. F3 is like, ugh, you don't really want to play f3. And then knight b3, I really like this for black. Rook c2, and then f6, strange move, but playable. I don't like the knight on e5. It is quite annoying. What do we do next? Bishop f6.
Well, yeah, I mean, knight a5 is sort of like where we go if we want to make a draw because we're threatening bishop b3.
Right. Right.
That's
Nice
sort of
draw.
like the rep. And the other draw is actually knight a1.
Knight A1. Knight A1. What a draw. Put the knight on
Unless
A1.
you can you try to get away from me?
And then rook D3. I guess you can. Oh, F6.
And now you don't have knight c4.
Right.
And knight c4 is actually, sorry, bishop c4 is actually a potential threat. You know what I'm curious about after like knight g4? Why can't we just go bishop c4 here? Because you're going to go queen c2, aren't you? You're
What? Oh my, what a move. That's
sneaky. That's why closing up that diagonal, guys, is always an idea for black, because now I can't even take your rook because I have to go F5. Double attack.
F5 first, in between move. And it's still some calm.
Yeah, there's crazy exchange sack, and who knows. I get a lot of pawns, actually. Yeah, queen g4. I have 2 pawns for the exchange. I got the bishop and 2 pawns. And this is still a really strong bishop. I mean, yeah, like Hikaru is not really going to want to get into this. All right, let's go back to this position. So Gukesh is still thinking after bishop d5. And okay, so knight e5, and we just looked at queen b7.
That's a nice move, queen b7.
Yeah, queen b7, this one. F3 here, here. Okay, well, you don't have to go knight a1. I mean, you don't have to like desperately play for a draw. This rook is kind of trapped. I do think that this is a very interesting move, f5. So why is f6 like not good? Is f6 just not good because of knight d3?
Yeah. I mean, f5 I just don't like because the knight always stays there. Like e5 is just a square that he's there. This is your square. It says the knight, right? Like this is my square. But also, I mean, okay, we have our own trumps, I guess. F4, we can play bishop F6 too as well and get rid of it. But then again, he can keep the square by maybe putting a bishop there. Maybe we just trade and like be fine there. F5 is definitely.
Yeah, I think I like F5 because I do think that this bishop on B1 is like the biggest problem for white. And I would even say that there are some positions where you can go and like trade like that. And even that seems like maybe acceptable. Okay, but that's not the first idea that black should be thinking about doing, but it's there. I mean, the main problem for white is these 2 pieces, right? That they're very awkward. So we basically just cut off all the problems on this diagonal. And yeah, I think black is very stable with his control over d5 here.
Yeah, definitely. With bishop d5, it's a strong move there. Lots of possibilities. Again, queen b7, knight b3. And at the end of all of this, who still has the isolated pawn? White does. So it's not really, you know, he's not improving as much as he would like. White is not. So black's doing very good. Very good for our boy here. Looking good for Hikaru. Now, if this does end in a draw, then obviously we go to Armageddon with the same color.
Yeah, well, I think Hikaru has a very solid position, guys. When you're playing against an isolated pawn, the main thing is having good control of the square in front of it. So the fact that he put his bishop there, it's on an outpost. White can't really challenge it. I think, you know, he's going to have plenty of decent opportunities of how to steer this game. So let's go take a look at some of the other games going on. So how is Magnus doing? You know, we still have some interest, obviously, in the games of the top-rated chess player in the world. Knight g6, queen f2, bishop e6, knight e2. So, like, yeah, more maneuvering, guys. Is white going to play f4 ever? Not yet. Okay. I don't know about that. Remove. All right. Okay, so this is the position. Yeah, this is what I mean. Like just endless maneuvering in this closed position, and nothing has actually happened yet, and nothing is going to happen until white actually does one of these moves, guys. Like something's got to open up for this game to, you know, let's say become more interesting. I'm not sure why he's not going like one of those moves. I actually feel like the timing, I mean, it's pretty good. I mean, is something wrong with d4, James? I would probably be thinking about something like that here.
Definitely want to open this up. D4 or F4. I mean, they say whoever controls the pawn breaks controls the game. So we have D4 and F4. Pawn breaks are very nice here. And these breaks can open up the game, or we can also threaten many things here. I do like d4. I do like f4 here, but I also still like black slightly because we have the bishops. Yeah, okay, you have the pawn breaks, but I don't have to touch anything. Like I mean, they say keep the tension, right? So, keeping the tension is cool. I can keep the tension as much as we like. And if you open up the game, the problem is, yes, I have the pawn breaks, but if I do start opening up the game, I'm the one with the bishops, and that's who is going to favor.
Yeah, so I guess the d4 break is maybe not the best one. But now Magnus did something very interesting, guys, where the game starts definitely going in a more interesting direction. So he goes g4. And so I kind of get it. Like, if you think, I'm going to explain something to you guys, which is like, look at this bishop and look how Magnus has arranged his pawns. And there's a reason for that. All the pawns are on the opposite color of the bishop, which is a harmonious arrangement. And, he's just using his pawns to fight for the light squares that his light square bishop isn't there to do. And I suppose the plan is kind of like knight g3 to f5 is one of them. Maybe pawn h4, h5. So I have to say that g4, I do like, Magnus's concept here. And, he's actually, there is a long maneuvering game, but I can actually feel with this move, James, like how he's kind of turning the screws on black's position.
Anytime I see g4 on the board from the white side, it's going to be a great day. Okay, I love g4. That's probably my favorite move to play. My favorite opening is actually the Joe Baba London that I have a course coming out on Chessable with. That G pawn, I'm going to push it 99% of the time with white. So G4 is a nice move. I love to see it. H4 can also follow with it, and H5, and we live, as like I like to say. G4 is a strong move. I like H4, H5 there. It also restricts a lot of black's pieces. In fact, you can't go F5. You can't put anything on F5, and I can even put a knight on F5 at some point. Knight G3 to F5. If you take it, I take with the G pawn. I open the G file. I put a rook on G1. There's lots of things that I can do. I do like I actually like Wesley's position slightly still, but I mean, I do like to see, white has a lot of potential with H4, H5 options, I would say. You can even play F4 at some point. Now, of course, F4 does break up a lot of things. It puts some holes in the position a little bit, ask some questions, but I'm a big fan of the G4 move, period. And Wesley responds with B5.
Yeah, b5 actually was asked by our chat, and I was going to say this is a very interesting move. Makes a lot of sense in terms of gaining some counterplay on the queen side. And I suppose white's reaction has to be like rook a1 here, because you want to capture with the rook and like avoid the splitting up of your pawn structure. So I kind of now understand why Wesley put the bishop there, support this pawn. Because if you didn't play b5, then the whole bishop b4 move would be kind of mysterious. Like, what's the bishop doing there? Because he's not really that interested in taking the knight.
Right.
But okay, so he goes b6, provokes g4, and then kind of goes b5. Well, and I think Magnus will just go back, and it's gonna, continue to be a maneuvering game.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, this is gonna be a long game. This is a long game, period. But it's going to be a long game because there is a lot of maneuvering to do here. In fact, Magnus is who it favorites most times because he loves those type of positions anyway. In fact, I think I was reading about Magnus's style, and it was like Magnus doesn't care about an opening advantage. If he gets one, he gets one. But he likes to play the slow game there and beat you in the end game. This is not slow game at all, though. E5 on the board. It's he opening up the position now. So did that really happen? Yeah, bishop g7.
Yeah. So instead of queen h5 that we were thinking about, so Abdusattorov played bishop g7, attacking the pawn, and Ari just goes e5. I guess this is his chance to kind of intercept that rank and not let the queen into h5. He obviously also wants to capture that pawn. So the game is super sharp. Yeah, I have to say, this is really hard to make your way through and figure out, like, there's some sort of a piece sacrifice available for black for those two center pawns.
Oh man, relax. What is this?
Yeah, well, we're threatening maybe bishop h2, queen h5 is one. Yeah, we're threatening a bunch of knights here. So I mean, I actually think this is a very attractive idea, which apparently kind of forces us to just give up the rook for
Queen
the
takes?
powerful bishop, and queen takes knight f3, defending everything.
What is this nonsense? What a position this is today.
Yeah, it's 2 pieces for the rook, for 2 pieces for the rook and 2 pawns. So it's kind of like a material balance. Of course, black still has some pieces that are not ideal. And actually, I would say, yeah, the white should be okay here, because when there's no security for this king, as long as white's king is now safe, which it feels like it is, this knight is a great defender. This should be at least pleasant for white to play. So, but that's gonna be a piece sacrifice that's gonna look quite tempting, I think, to Abdusattorov.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm sure he's going to be able to calculate that. He's calculating the piece sacrifice. He's calculating DE5 as well, which I think you respond with something D5, like I don't know, knight D5, pawn D5. These moves are appealing because we don't want to just take the pawn back first. Like it's just not a possibility to us. Maybe even bishop D2. Like these are positions that I thrive in. Chaos and craziness and tactics are my specialty. So bishop D2, D5, or knight D5. These are all moves that are really strong, I think.
Yeah, this is a very chaotic position, because now white just kind of given up 2 pawns in a row.
Absolutely.
They're down 2 pawns, but now they're trying to take over the initiative.
Hikaru says Hikaru's game looks so boring. It's because it is. It is. And that's fine. That's fine. Yesterday was exactly the same. But that's okay, right? We just want to make sure our guy is playing for 2 results. Doesn't matter how you get it. It matters if you got it done. So
yeah, Hikaru has a very solid opening repertoire for black these days, guys. That's really his approach. So, if you've kind of grown up looking at his King's Indian games, yeah, he's moved away from that. That was his specialty for a long time. He was one of the biggest proponents of that opening. And then at some point, I guess he just realized, like, look, it makes sense for black at the top level to just go for really solid things. He's generally quite okay at letting it go to faster time control tie breaks. So that's his strategy these days, guys. Absolutely. And oh, wow, someone wants to help me get to 7,000 subscribers on YouTube. That is very sweet of you.
Wow, 7K, girl, let's go. I'm trying to get to, I'm almost at 17K.
Nice.
1,000, then 7, then 10. Now we got 16. We just keep going, keep going. Make sure you guys sub to the YouTube over there for Irina and myself.
James, tell us, what do you like to do on your YouTube channel? What do you focus on?
Now I post educational content from openings to actually very cool games, or even my tournament games. So like actually the best tournament of my life was they always say it hasn't happened yet, but the best tournament to date was December. In fact, when I played in the US Masters, I played 4 GMs. I lost to 1, drew 2, and beat 1. So it was a very strong tournament for me. I also played like 4 IMs and lost 1 game, right? So it was the strongest tournament I've ever, performed at. So I post those type of videos. I'll talk about my mindset, what was going through the games and stuff like that. And then I also post YouTube shorts. So from clips from the stream. So that's
nice. Okay. What are your upcoming tournament plans?
I actually have 2 in June here. I have going to Vegas to play
National Open?
Yeah, National Open, correct. There's one right before Super Swiss in Vegas as well. So it's gonna be fun.
Nice.
What's the next one? I know you got
I haven't played the National Open in such a long time, actually. I used to play that tournament like every year. Oh, thank you guys. Thanks, Jay Keating, for the subscription. Okay, we got Irina and James. Any tips on helping myself and others read the board and figure out what good move and what a blunder is? Yeah, look, getting better at chess is it's a process, right? So what you're asking is like a very big question. You read the board, like, first of all, you got to improve yourself tactically. So I would start with that, Dova. Like, you got to learn the basic tactical patterns, right? Because that's coming up all the time. So I would say get yourself like a tactics book and go through, pins and forks and discoveries and deflections and decoys, back rank checkmates. Like, make sure you're really proficient in recognizing tactical patterns. Like, that is the very first thing you should do, right? Because that helps you read the board, right? Like, it helps you learn to see stuff. It's very hard to, like, imagine, guys, like you're just blindfolded. Well, you can't make great strategic plans when, they blindfold you and they're like, oh, here, like, plan out your war strategy. Like, so that's kind of the first thing is like, you need to be able to see stuff. And that's how we chess players learn to do that, by doing lots of puzzles. So yeah, I like, guys, I really like puzzles and books. I really think this is one of those activities that is like better suited for a book rather than, online. Of course, you will improve doing online tactics as well, but I like the it's like more of a patient approach that like working in a book, I think, gives you, right? Because I think a lot of players, they have this issue, like they just like click around, they want to like the club, sometimes these puzzles are times, they gotta click something quickly, they don't really see the whole thing, and they're just they're kind of getting that dopamine hit when they get a puzzle right. They're looking for that. I think in a book, you're kind of like not in a rush, you can take your time, you can be more thorough, and there's so many things you can do online with like online play and online videos, that like it's good to at least take some of your studying like offline. So for me, that would be tactics. In terms of learning what's a blunder and what's not, yeah, that's like, or like what are good moves. I mean, that's like listening, I think, to videos where people like, let's say, explain to you like how to make plans, what to pay attention to, what are weaknesses, what is piece improvement, what is piece activity, what is king safety. When you learn these basic strategic concepts in chess, like you start, understanding what's going on in the chessboard, right? Like if we explain to you what is going on here in this crazy position, it's basically like, okay, white's down 2 pawns, black's king is in the center. So that's king safety, guys. Not comfortable. When your king's in the center and you got these disconnected rooks, you lack harmony. And basically white's got initiative, right? Like white's pieces are more active and kind of battle ready. That's that's how we read the board, right, James?
Absolutely. Reading the board is very important. And you can do this through, as she mentioned here, lots of tactics. Like I always tell people, do 100 a day. And that's a lot, but like try to do 100 a day. A lot of times I do like to recommend Puzzle Rush, the 5-minute one, because I like to say, I use the analogy when I'm talking to students, like NBA players, basketball players, any sports players, all students, I always like to use basketball, but in basketball, people still get to the NBA and they practice with what? Layup lines. They still do. How many layups have the NBA players done just to get to the NBA, right? Thousands probably. And they still do the simple layup, just like you should still do certain back rank mates, small puzzles, mate in 2s, mate in 1s, mate in 3s. But you also need the ones that are very challenging to you, where it's like mate in 7, or you win a piece here, or you're defending, but you're also attacking at the same time. This is when you do puzzle rush. So doing 5, I always like to say 5 puzzle rushes a day, and the 5-minute ones are good. Let's say you do 20 or 25. You do 5 of those in a day. You've done 25 minutes of puzzles, 25 minutes, and you've also done about 125 puzzles in 25 minutes. That's insane. That's very good. Some people don't do that many puzzles in a week or a month, and you've done it in 25 minutes. So it's good to do that, and also have a book, to read a book or do regular puzzles as well. I do recommend mixing that up. It's very powerful to get these patterns in your head, and then you have to use the patterns on the board. Look at your games lots of times as puzzles. Sometimes like my puzzle rating is 2,800, but I'm 1,300, right? And it happens because you're not looking at your games as the puzzles.
Mm-hmm.
And is this the move, DE5?
Yeah, so he did take on E5, and now it's Ari's turn. Ari's turn. Got a lot of those A's in his name. And yeah, now it's like a big a choice for him. We said bishop D2, kind of lining up the discovery on the queen, maybe knight D5 immediately. Like pawn D5, I guess, is maybe not as successful for some reason, because it keeps the E file more closed. I mean, it's still like an interesting move, I gotta say, because like, let's say they go there, then we take, or at least I thought we'd take. Wow. There's like some move here at like queen B7 that I would never have thought of.
It makes sense. It hits the rook. But I mean,
yeah, but like imagine like you're letting this happen to your king. Really?
Wow, that's gonna take some serious calculation.
Yeah, no, I don't see white doing this. I don't know. I actually think No, I don't. White's not going to go d5. White's not going to go d5 even just for this move, just because of that. And if he doesn't like this position, then he's not going for it. And I think it makes sense. Yeah, like keep that square available for the knight. Okay, so we'll come back to that. Let's see. Okay, well, by the way, Gukesh played knight e5. So, okay, not surprising us. That's what we said was the most likely move. Let's just show you guys that it is on the board. That's exactly where the knight belongs, in those isolated pawn positions, more active, right? I mean, obviously, the further up the board a knight moves, the better he generally becomes, unless he can get kicked away.
So 95, that was the last move here?
Yeah.
And 95. Yeah, so we kind of looked at many moves here. Queen b7, I think, was what we settled on and thought was the best. And also knight b3, which is also possible. But I think queen b7 just makes the most sense. Probably we'll see queen b7 here.
Mm-hmm.
Very good move.
Yeah. So, well, what did we talk about here? We talked about queen b7. It was our main idea. We also talked about knight b3, but that gives you knight c6 to calculate, and Hikaru actually goes for queen b7.
Yeah, you know what's funny? We calculated, like, we analyzed this game so hard that it was like there's nothing even more to even talk about. This is the great thing about analysis is that, I mean, we literally went down so many lines here. So seeing it on the board now is really cool. But also, guys, we have literally analyzed everything in this position. This is what it takes. And also, it's good to try to calculate, like, on your own in your head doing this as well. Queen b7 is on the board, hits g2. This is what we looked at before. There's queen f1, which is very strange, but also f3. F3 is probably a move here.
Yeah, I have to say, I don't really see white going for this computer line with bishop d3 and giving up this pawn. I just don't really see that as something that humans would look at. I mean, black just has so many choices. And I mean, you're not trapping the bishop because on f3, there's bishop h3. So I just don't really see him giving up like a pawn close to his king in order to get this mess on the board. I don't see that. So I think Hikaru's move, it is likely to provoke the move f3.
Absolutely. Definitely want to say that. Yeah. F3 is always, you know, a move that is tough to play. It depends on what's going on in the position because it's just a committal move. I mean, even Fine goes like, never play f6, never touch the f pawn, don't play f3. But f3 here, okay, it's kind of not forced, but it is appealing because it stops the bishop. In fact, in the books, they say the bishop's biting on granite. So you put the bishop, you play f3, and you can see the bishop like biting on granite there. Our bishop on d5 isn't hitting that anymore. But I mean, we do have to stop this. If I'm Gukesh here, I'm definitely thinking f3, 100%. Or maybe, weirdly enough, is f4 a move to try to go f5? F4 makes my bishop pretty ugly.
F4. Yeah, okay. The thing is, when I see that move, guys, I'm like, okay, first of all, this bishop is dead, and you've let me have unrestricted access to the diagonal. So you have to be very careful with pawns move like that, guys, because it ain't moving backwards, remember? And by the way, I think now, like, this idea of f5, you know, maybe like after knight b3 or something is even like more reasonable, right? Like, I mean, you just got total control of this diagonal and all these light squares, and this bishop is really in trouble. You know, remember, guys, bishops don't like to stare into pawns. By the way, you know, this I see our chat was talking about, you know, chess as a hobby, something that you can do later in life. James, what are your hobbies, or is there something that you would like to learn if you had more time?
You know, I'm actually learning Spanish. I'm learning a lot of Spanish. I'm doing Duolingo. So I'm doing a little bit of Spanish, sometimes a little bit of Norwegian, which is extremely ridiculous. But my Spanish is nice. I'm on a 3-week streak right now, 21 days in a row. So, but it's pretty nice. I've been doing that. I also like, you know, bodybuilding and lifting. I'm very big on nutrition and weightlifting. And I also was going to compete in a bodybuilding show, but I just never could line up the dates for chess. Chess is my life. Chess is everything for me. So I like to do chess and also bodybuilding together. So for me, it's fun. I love working out and I love studying and playing chess. So that are my hobbies. In fact, I know you have some hobbies too. She's like, yeah, I like to walk an hour every single day. I'm like, what are you doing every day? 1 hour of walking? That is impressive.
Yeah. Yeah. Walking is one of the permanent features of my life, something that I've been doing now, guys, for close to 3 years. And it's definitely, brought, I think, some good health dividends. It's like a very low impact way to get that like exercise in and the blood flowing and all the psychological benefits of being outside every day. So yeah, rain or shine or snow, I will get in my walk. And I think, one thing I want to like learn maybe more health stuff. Like, there's all these practices like Qigong, right? That like, I don't really know much about, but like, I mean, it would be interesting because I know those things are like, yeah, they're very calming, right?
Absolutely. Of course. They're very calming things, guys. I mean, find you what you like and do it every day, guys. So I see people in the chat. Kimchi, ¿cómo estás, James? Muy bien, Kimchi, too. Yeah, I know what I'm doing out here. Just a little bit of Spanish, me. Call me James. Very nice. Climbing is great. Walk and smell roses. There you go. That's nice. Walks is best. Can do productive thinking. Yeah, you can, actually. In fact, Irina yesterday said she listened to
I actually do smell the roses, guys. I will stop on my walk to smell the roses that are in bloom right now. It's wonderful. So it's funny. Like when I see some beautiful roses, yeah, I go over to them.
Nice. That's very nice there. Believe it or not, James, shoulders made me get back into the gym. My shoulder's nice. I'm looking solid. Appreciate it, big dog. Appreciate it. Yes, sir, guys. Of course, try to exercise. I always like to recommend standing up every hour or two as well. For streamers, I do this every time. We stream for 4, 5, 6 hours at a time, every stream usually. So when I'm streaming, sitting for that long, chess is not a healthy sport. It's not a healthy, or some people, that's not a sport, whatever you call it. Chess is not the healthiest game to play because you are sitting all day and you're studying and you're doing this and you're playing. Sometimes 8 to 12 hours, especially at the high level, they spend 12 hours in a chair studying all day. So you need to stand up, stretch, get some water, take care of your body, because if you don't, you won't be able to play chess as long as you would like to, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely do a lot of like Pilates style exercises. And when I have like some kind of calm period in my life when I'm not traveling, like I'll go and do like a Pilates lesson every week and then do stuff at home. And another thing that I've worked into my life, James, like especially now that the weather has gotten warmer, is I go out for like 20 to 30 minutes and do sunbathing every day in my backyard.
Okay, got the nice backyard sunbathing. What is that actually? Is that
and
like
again, that is basically for the vitamin D benefits and also like, just the mood benefits, because when the sun is warming you, I mean, it's like you feel like healthy, you feel like in tune with nature.
It's nice. That is very nice, guys. Sunbathing. In fact, that's interesting there. Yeah. In fact, where are you at? You were in St. Louis?
No, I'm in Brooklyn.
Oh, Brooklyn. Oh, yeah, that's right. New York. Okay. So, yeah. So
Yeah.
you get snow. Yeah. And when it's hot, it's hot. Okay, cool. Certain places like in the South, it's really hot all day. So you can just, be outside and enjoy the hot weather there. So, yeah, summer's coming up for us. I'm in Michigan. So summer is here, basically. Well, June 21st is like summer or whatever they say. But it's pretty nice. That's going to be nice to enjoy some of that sunbathing time, guys, right? Enjoy it.
Yeah. You got to make some time for yourself. I mean, that's basically one of the things that I realized, after I got COVID like 3 years ago and I started my kind of road to recovery. It was like, that you got to focus on your health. You can't really let that, go on the back burner. And yeah, I mean, that's been one of my main focuses over the last few years. And to answer your question, James, I think one thing I would do if I like had more time is actually going back to like dancing lessons. I love dance.
Okay.
I love watching dance. I don't know if I love doing it myself, but I would need some training.
Hey, yeah, hit the moves. Go ahead, hit the moves. We're gonna see Irina hitting the moves on the TikToks, the little TikTok dances these days. So that's nice. That's cool. That's cool. You gotta get TikTok, scroll through and just practice at the house. Come on, chat. What y'all think? What y'all think about that, chat? Doing some dances. That'd be nice.
I used to take dance lessons in hip hop, I did that for a while. I was really into it. And somehow my teacher, I guess she moved away somewhere and that kind of stopped. But Yeah, no, every time I see a dance video like on Facebook or something, it's like always such a wonderful thing. It's like such a great way of self-expression.
Mm.
And you just feel like people who do that, I mean, they're getting access to like so much positivity, in their life.
Yeah, absolutely. Dancing does feel good to dance. I actually have a clip. I was at the Wild Oslo and they was playing some salsa music, I think. And I just started dancing right there and they clipped it. And so I took the clip and put it on Instagram. You can find that Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, everywhere. It actually blew up. Put it on Facebook. Everybody loves it. It's really funny. But of course, guys, just express yourself, feel good in this day and time. And that is including in dancing. So if I see you and some music's on, I'm gonna dance. I don't care. I love dancing myself as well. I am the life of the party, guys. Cheers.
Nice. Yeah, no, see, I feel like I need to do some training to be able to. I mean, I can do it and I
At
like to
home.
move, but I'm generally like a little shy.
Yeah, definitely. You do have to do you have to practice at home. Practice makes perfect, or of course, practice makes you feel better. So at home, you got to practice there so that we don't you get a meme, you get memed, and they like, oh yeah, yeah, you get you remember that what's that Faruja handshake, guys? You remember that, guys? The Faruja shake when they did that weird handshake. Oh my goodness, that was just a meme. Got to pay attention to that kind of stuff here. Was there a move yet? Queen
I feel
B7.
like there was.
There
Yeah,
was.
let's see. Oh wow, what?
Three.
I
Oh
can't
my
believe it.
goodness.
I can't believe it. Like he plays like the one move that I'm telling you guys like he's not gonna do. There's no way he's gonna do it. Okay. Wow.
He is playing out of his mind right now.
Yeah.
Bishop D3 is a hard move, my guy. Well, now we got to go down the route. Okay, Bishop G2, Bishop A6.
Yeah. I mean, he's basically letting this pawn be on prise. And
Hikaru. Wow.
I mean, it's really hard to get the concept. I mean, okay, like F3 he can do right away, and I just move and I can move the bishop back to F5.
Exactly.
So I don't really see what that's about. On this move, I mean, I'm just like shocked that I mean, he did spend a lot of time. He's actually lower than Hikaru now on the clock.
Mm.
But like he has to calculate a lot. He has to calculate queen d5, queen a8. I mean, this move actually is safe. Like we looked at queen a8, but this one is okay too.
Yeah, that's crazy. This man played Bishop D3. The best defense is offense, but I mean, sometimes, not all the time. Like, that's crazy.
Wow. No, that is crazy. No, it is crazy. I mean, Hikaru was just really thinking. I actually missed the moment. Like, what was his initial reaction to Bishop D3, which is unfortunate.
Let me see what he looked like on this.
Yeah. See if you can, if you
That
can
man put
find it.
he put the hands on the head, like, let's go. I don't believe you played Bishop D3. He in his zone, guys. He is in the zone. That is the classic. I'm out to think until I can't think anymore. Pose there. Do I take on G2? What do I do? I was not expecting Bishop D3 at all. That's a move. That's a move for the books there, guys. This is gonna heat up. This is definitely gonna heat up.
Yeah, I mean, also, I mean, Hikaru could throw in this move. It's not like I don't think it's harmful because after after Bishop A6, we can even play Knight C1 and Knight E2 and win, right? So
Right.
they can have Bishop A6 because that's a check.
Mm-hmm.
So that means the rook has to move. But yeah, I mean, is it a one mover? Kind of. Yeah, I mean, okay, the rook moves. What did we exactly get out of the knight going there? Not really sure. I mean, there are like approaches where you simply defend the pawn. So you can go conservative like that. And I guess if you take here, like it probably would have just made sense to have the knight on A5. Like I'm not sure how much it helps you because apparently there's some lines like this.
Ooh, that is kind of ugly.
I don't know. Yeah, I guess because I mean, if we move back, maybe they have knight c6,
Yeah, and that's why it's important to have the knight on A5 then. That makes sense. Because knight on A5 covers that square. I was just thinking of that line of like, why does this already work? It's because the knight's on A5. So knight A5 already, so takes F3, bishop H3, bishop D5.
Yeah, he was surprised. Well, I hope that he was, like surprised because I would be very surprised, James, by this move. So surprised. You know what it is? I guess what I feel is like, okay, no, we understand like F3 was not an inspiring move, and maybe Gukesh just doesn't want, this knight coming here and having to block the bishop with the rook. Like that wasn't exactly inspiring for white, right?
It wasn't appealing at all. In fact, F3, I got a pawn on F3. I have an isolated pawn. weird rook on c2. Like he just didn't like the position, which is very nice. In fact, that does make total sense. And him being as strong as he is, as young as he is too, as well, he did go with the hey, you know what? Cool. You can take on G2. I'm gonna take on A6. Let's complicate things. I want it to be complicated, which makes sense. He does have an isolated pawn. Isolated pawn says basically you're supposed to play dynamically the whole time. F3 rook c2 is not dynamic at all. You want to play around the pawn. You want to play for initiative when you have this isolated pawn. And he actually did play for initiative with bishop to d3, allowing Hikaru to take on g2 and challenge you and say, yeah, let's go into this tactical line because I have the ISO pawn. I don't want to play for a draw, brother. I don't want to play for a draw.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm trying to read Hikaru's body language here, and I think he's saying, hey, I don't believe you. I just don't believe that move. And he's like very focused because obviously now is a big moment. Yeah, things are heating up because there's forcing moves available on the board. And when you can take a pawn like that in front of your opponent's king, that is a big deal. I mean, I think Gukesh is taking a pretty big risk, giving up that pawn. Even if the computer still says this is equal, I mean, this is not, some equal end game, guys. So bishop a6, let's just think, should this queen go there or should it go there? Because those are the main options. Even that's not a great one because then after f3, you lose your bishop. So you basically got to choose amongst these two squares. Okay, let's go queen d5.
d5.
I mean, now, by the way, on bishop d3, we even have bishop e4 as a move.
We do. And now I guess it's not that bad for white. Unbelievable move. That is so crazy.
It's not that crazy. Bad. Look at those young players. They don't care about those pawns in front of their king,
Yeah, I understand. In fact, I mean, I'll sacrifice any day, any time, right? Or play g4 myself. But that is just baffling. I mean, what a move. That's such a great move from Gukesh there. Bishop g3 was very nice.
Maybe this is the concept, though. I mean, maybe like, okay, when your king is weak, right, like this king is, maybe you want to try to get in a queen trade, and he actually would be forcing it. Now, I can kind of see how this would make sense because most of white's pieces are on the queen side, and this bishop might not be like super relevant for that forthcoming battle that's going to take place on the queen side. And you can't really avoid the queen trade because that knight would hang too.
Well, I think we have queen b3, weirdly enough, and then rook d3, and then queen b2 hitting mate. And then
you have that, yeah.
Oh, it's no rook d2 because queen c1. So rook d3, queen b2, and I hit mate on g2, and I get the knight.
Okay. So you can kind of
have
time to take the pawn.
Exactly.
Yeah, so there is a queen b3. I mean, I don't know. I guess Hikaru just needs to figure out where his queen would be best because queen a8 is also like a reasonable possibility, but queen d5 is to get us a bit more active.
Right, and that is the key. I think active is always the way to go besides passive, right? Active always over passive. I mean, even yesterday we saw one passive move from maybe even two passive moves in the Armageddon yesterday with Wesley where he played rook g8, which was just slightly passive in that end game, and that just caused some problems. I mean,
okay, so we're being asked is queen g4 a problem here? Well, yeah, I don't have bishop e4, but I guess I'll go bishop d5. Right. And so where is the problem coming from? Bishop h6. Okay, this is quite interesting. Now if I go bishop f6, well, yeah, I gotta say, guys, just so you know, there is a very common method here that I always love to use, which is called the exchange sack. Except you're not going to take my rook. I was just looking, I was like, hey, that's the exchange sack. I don't mind. This position I'm quite okay in as black with my extra pawn for the exchange. But the problem is there could be some sacrifice here, like either knight takes or bishop takes. I'm not sure what's wrong with knight takes. Is it? There's some bishop. I'm not even sure what's wrong with that.
Oh my goodness. Then you go, what the heck is this?
Yeah, you're threatening that with checkmate.
I'm just gonna move the king out the way. King h8. Whoa.
King h8, and yeah, king h8 is pretty solid, yeah.
Man, because I have rook g8 and bishop f3 too.
Yeah. Okay, so you can't sacrifice that way. You might be able to sacrifice this way because then there's no king h8.
Ooh, oh man, and this is sick. Yeah, that hurts. That hurts.
It's crazy, isn't it? And so On king f7. Oh, you're gonna mate me on h5. Look at that line, guys. Knight e5. And look at that.
Oh man, get that off the board. We got kids watching this, Irina. That is crazy. Ooh wee. That's
Yeah.
nasty. That is nasty.
Yeah,
No.
that's a little
Hold
obscene, isn't it? Yeah.
Hold
Okay.
down that line, guys. Wow.
Okay, so bishop f6, yeah, okay, good point, good point. So there's no g6, so we have to go bishop f6, yeah.
And then king h8 after that.
And yeah, like now this is okay, yeah, if we get a chance to do that, we're good. And now you can try that with ideas bishop g7.
This is crazy. This is exactly what he wants. Gukesh wants all of this.
Yeah.
This is exactly what he wants. We may not see a bishop.
Thankfully, we got this very solid move. Okay, we're going to do an interception. This is a pretty crazy position, I agree. Although I also feel like black should be able to navigate. And here it is. Here's the exchange sack, guys, where I take your bishop, you take my rook, and then I'm sacking the exchange, but I'm really safe and, you know, safe from your attack now. Mm-hmm. And your king is still very open. So see, I do think these kinds of lines are always going to be something that Hikaru is thinking about. And overall, I mean, again, he knows that he hasn't made any mistakes. Like he hasn't made any bad moves, right? So he's going to have that sort of confidence that his position should be having resources to defend despite White's initiative. And yeah, I mean, I think the line you pointed out, guys, with queen g4 is actually a great sort of point that might be exactly what Gukesh is planning. It's a very kind of straightforward attacking line that basically forces this position, right? And so indeed, you know, bishop f6, like he might be thinking this is where, you know, he's going to have a nice initiative.
Yeah, that's exactly what he wanted. And again, this comes from what is happening in the pawn structure. A lot of times the pawn structure dictates the ideas or your plan. So you can read the structure and it's like, oh, this is the structure, for instance, in certain positions or in like Hero Khans, especially in the exchange variation, you have what they call the minority attack, 2 pawns versus 3 pawns. So I have the 2 pawns, I just push them up the board to create some weaknesses on your side of the board based off the pawn structure. Pawn structure wise here, I have an isolated pawn with white. With the ISO pawn, I have to play aggressively in a way, dynamically, because if we go to an endgame, it's not going to work. My endgames are going to be bad. I'm always going to be worse with piece trades because I have an isolated pawn. So I need to play dynamically. And bishop d3 is doing exactly that. Now, if bishop g2, we do have a crazy line there that's completely dynamic. It was what Gukesh likes, which I think we just probably won't take on g2. You may see Hikaru think for maybe another 10 minutes here and not take on g2. I'm going to vote with no taking on g2.
Oh, that's great. I'm going to vote he's going to take.
All right, $100.
This is where we have a natural difference of opinion, James, and we can start earning back my money.
Yeah, I'm up 200 right now. I'm up 200, and I'll send my PayPal to Irina yesterday, so I got my 200, y'all. So $200. I'm up 200 on Irina. We play $100 a move over here, chat. You can play as well if you like. So $100 a move. What do you think Hikaru is going to play? And yeah, I'll send you my PayPal when you get it wrong. Okay.
Yeah. So guys, let's make it really clear. I'm saying Hikaru will take the pawn on g2, and James is thinking he's going to do something else. So yeah, we will see. And meanwhile, guys, I guess we're going to go on a very short break. We are at a very important point in this game, guys. I mean, black has a chance to take a pawn by white's king, and it's going to just explode this game. And so stick with it, and we're going to see you on the other side of the break. Hey guys, we're back with our coverage of the second round of Norway chess. Today, Hikaru is playing Grandmaster Gukesh from India. And we actually, oh no, I'm so sad to report that I've just lost another $100 to James on our bets. I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
What do you play? You play Rook A8. Let's go.
Okay. Oh my gosh. I would never have thought that we would see this defense of the A6 pawn. I mean, yeah, it's a solid move. Okay. I totally get it. It's very solid. I mean, because Black's position is solid in general. So it's like he's just basically not changing anything. But if you remember, guys, what was the bet we had before the break? It was that I thought that Hikaru would go in for those complications after Bishop G2. Instead, he decided to what's the word? Is it issue? How does that even pronounce that? ESCHEW, James. Issue.
Wow, yeah, I don't even know that one. In fact,
issue the complications. It's like used pretty rarely, so I've never actually heard anyone say it in actual language, just written. So anyway, yeah, Hikaru decided to eschew the complications after Bishop takes G2, and he went for Rook A8. He was statistically way more likely to win that bet. Yeah, I know, music and chaos. When you take one move against all the others in the position, your likelihood is not good. But yeah, I just like these bets for fun.
Yeah, $300. I'm up 300, Chad. I'm up $300 on Irina Crush. It's gonna be a good day. It's gonna be a good day. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So Rook A8. Well, okay. All right. Hikaru wasn't in the mood to gamble too much, huh?
Yeah, absolutely not. In fact, he played Rook A8. He was like, it's not necessary. I don't have to take this pawn, but it is nice to take the pawn. And I mean, it's definitely some complications in there, but he just said no, and I like that choice from him. Just showing a little bit of patience, and also saying, hey, I don't have to do it. I just don't. I can play any move that I like, and he played Rook A8 to defend the A6. James, how are you spending your newfound riches? I don't know. I might take a walk for like an hour, around for an hour and just smell my little $300.
Smell the roses, James.
Oh, the roses. That's 300 right there. That's 300 big ones from Irina. 300 big ones. So.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay. So Hikaru, he's going to have some explaining to do to us if he comes in for the after game interview about what he didn't like about taking the pawn. But okay, I mean, his move is very solid. He still has this knight b3 idea, although, when the bishop is actually in front of the rook, it doesn't seem quite as awkward for white. I suppose this pawn is still hanging, so someone's got to guard it, but no, and they don't, because, here's the thing. He's giving it up because I think there's f3 and bishop e4, James.
Oh, yeah, for the rook on a8. Okay, it makes total sense.
Yeah, I think now it's not quite as good to take it because this interception is more painful because now there's like a rook sitting on a8.
Yeah, that's going to be painful. That one's painful, and now it's just no reason to take it at all. You don't even look in that direction any longer. In fact, we just look for more moves. So what's wrong? Oh, that's not a fork. I guess he takes on h7. Yeah, he's trying to pose all the problems. Bishop f4. He's like, I still want to attack you. I think this is probably, to be honest, one of the best ways I've seen the isolated pawn be played from the isolated pawn player's side. In fact, I mean, especially at this level with the ISO pawn, the Panov Botvinnik, there's reasons why you don't see it at the high level and certain positions like it. I mean, of course, this didn't come from a Panov Botvinnik, but I'm just very familiar with it, played it so much that this is very similar. Knight b3, knight takes d4 allows a lot of bishop h7 stuff, which we don't want to even go down that route at all. We can go knight b3, but the follow-up is going to have to be something like a rook d8 or a rook c8 to maybe trade there. And then take back with the queen on rook f to c8. So maybe rook f to d8 too as well. But there's still some chances, honestly, for both sides here. He's handling it very well. Gukesh is with the weak pawn that he has on d4. Playing great dynamically.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this is the thing, guys. Like, why I really wouldn't have played this move. I see it as a concession, a concession to white's. Like white shouldn't just be able to hang the g2 pawn like that. And when you play rook a8, obviously it is a passive move, right? It's not exactly what you want to do, like guarding the pawn like that with the rook. And even though your position is solid, guys, there is in chess this thing called like momentum, right? It's like you're you know, the problems in black's position have not like, you know, well, they're no big problems, but your ability to do something forcing is kind of it's kind of going down, right? Because this move is no longer as problematic for white as it used to be, because there's just rook c2. And by the way, we can show you, you know, why knight d4 is, I don't know, it's possible, but there's bishop h7. We need to kind of evaluate this position as the king is getting a little bit more open. And they're, I don't know, taking on g2 now. Yeah, there's going to be rook d7 ideas. So, I mean, okay, this should feel somewhat dangerous for black, right? Just because there's queen h5 coming. So there's that. Right. And the other problem is that you can't put a rook normally on c8 like the way you would like, because of this constant pressure against this pawn, right? So you don't have like rook a c8, and you're never actually able to capture with your rook, and capturing with the queen. Yeah, okay.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, there's big tactics.
How is it mate? It's not mating though. King takes, queen h5, king g8, queen f7, king h7. What happens after this? Oh, the rook. Oh my god. Wow. What a line. What a line.
Yeah. So, you know, my feeling is, guys, that despite the computer's evaluation that, like, you know, everything is still fine, you know, black has to be quite careful here. And maybe Hikaru will be just playing some sort of f5 to neutralize that bishop. I think it's a very normal move for these positions. And I think Hikaru just played a move, and let's see what it is. It is f5. There we go.
F5. We didn't place no bet though. We didn't play.
When we don't play any bets, like I get the right moves every time we bet on
every
something.
Time we don't bet, right? Every time we don't bet, she get the right move, guys. F5 though is the move here. Yeah, and F5 after seeing all of that, yeah, we gonna have to just play F5. I'm so tired of seeing that type of stuff. Wow. Oh my goodness, that line was sick with bishop rook fc8, bishop h7, queen h5, and then rook d3. Oh my goodness. Yeah, he saw all of this, I'm sure, and played f5. I'm just tired of this, right? I'm literally tired of this. He played f5. What a move.
Yeah, I mean, I think the move is quite normal. You know, it's okay when you have that good control over a d5. Like if you didn't have good control over a d5, this would be an enormously weakening move. With this bishop solidly entrenched, I mean, in my mind, looks quite okay. I mean, and actually, this is starting to be an idea.
Can we do this now? Knight b3, move the rook, knight takes d4. Yeah, we can do it now.
Yeah, he can do it now. Yeah, and this is why one of the moves is like, I don't know, queen e3, right? Protecting the pawn.
Okay, queen e3. Queen e3.
But then it's not so easy. I mean, at some point, you also got to worry about bishop takes g2. I guess, though, now the bishop will never really escape to f5, so it kind of gets trapped. You need to think about that. Yeah, he's probably not really able to take on g2.
Okay, queen e3, bishop takes g2, f3, bishop h3.
What? Yeah, but the problem is this bishop is like never moving, right? So just long term.
Yeah, long term. I guess
an issue.
G5 doesn't work. G5 takes f4 takes no.
Wow, look at this crazy move.
Get out of here. Oh man, I've actually played that one time OTB, a move like that in the Scandinavian with white. I played like
that's pretty nice, right?
Yeah, it's nice to be able to play that. Rook c7 and also queen e6 ideas. Very sick. Very sick.
Yeah. So he's probably not going to take that pawn. He's probably going to look for something more solid, like, yeah, like rook ac8. Maybe now we can finally do it. No, I mean, Hikaru's position is solid. Yeah. I mean, that's what I would say. It's interesting that he, you know, he went for solidity. He wasn't interested in that pawn. And now we're about to see a move from Gukesh. What did he do? He did play queen to e3. Oh, wait, no, he went for knight f3. Okay, yeah, that's the other way to guard that pawn. And it's a little weird because you have the option of taking. But, you know, guys, this bishop is so important to black that he basically doesn't want to trade it for anything, even though he doubles white's pawns, because then this pawn becomes too weak.
That's very strong, actually. That's insane, boy. That is insane. Okay, so he played knight f3.
Maybe he wants to, like, actually, well, first of all, we need to not blunder that. Yeah, let's not.
Yeah, you can't play just bishop f6, but then, I mean, rook c7 is so annoying. Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay, there are some. This didn't get out of hand, but it's getting spicy. It's getting
Oh,
much
Hikaru
more.
is like, hey, yeah, this is a problem. I appreciate, this knight of three move. That's what I see in his face, that he's kind of like
Let me see what it
uh, getting it. And so Irina, you could have your own weed strain called Irina Kush. The problem with this guy is I'm not interested in that stuff. I got I got my positions on things, and that's not one of those, hobbies I'm interested in.
Hey, you know what I mean? 2023, to each his own. Chat, you know what I'm saying? Do your thing out there if you're gonna do your thing, but be safe out here. Be safe. That's all we say.
Yeah, yeah. Everyone's got their interests, you gotta find mine,
All right,
All right. So now, yeah, I mean, Bishop D8, guys, is not a great sign when you have to do that, because you're like withdrawing with your pieces and breaking the harmony. This is kind of what I'm telling you, right? Like, you want to be able to put a rook on the C file to deal with this problem. And let's actually figure out, James, why we can't. I think the answer is quite simple. It's just they're going to take with the rook, we're going to take with the queen, and then they're going to put the other rook there and still get into C7. So I think there's quite a simple answer as to why this move doesn't work. Let's see.
Oh, yeah, takes rook C1. How is queen D8 a possibility? Oh, because
no, he's not going to even like look in this direction. I can just tell you, as black, he's just not. Like, there's too many problems. Like, this pawn is hanging. Like, no one's going to look at this stuff. Like, this looks like you're like blundering a piece. Why would you?
right. It looks.
Why would you? I mean, we can look at it for fun. Okay, okay. Then you pin them. Yeah, it seems quite artificial, guys. Like, it seems like black is walking on the edge. I don't like this too much. Right. And if Bishop D8 is our best move, it's a little sad. The problem with Knight C6 is now then they're going to go Bishop C4, guys, and that's going to be a real pain.
It felt like this went wrong. I mean, but he didn't really. Maybe he should have went Bishop G2. Shoot, I mean, I got an extra 100 off it, but I mean, at the same time, maybe he should have went for the complications there.
Yeah. Well, look, if I had to coach Hikaru, I would just say no passive rook moves, because if you look back at yesterday's game with rook G8 and then rook A8 today, that's something in common. But no one's asking for my coaching, so I'm just going to be quiet. I'm just going to tell you in the chat.
Wow, man, that's so funny here. Yeah, Bishop D8 is a pretty gross move. I do not want to play it. Yeah, it's equal. But from a practical standpoint, as a human, you just don't want to play this. You disconnect the rooks. I mean,
I guess maybe you can try to transfer your bishop to B6. I mean, maybe it's not too bad. And let's just show the audience why Knight C6 blocking the C file just doesn't do it. And it's because this move, and, like we said, this bishop is like what the whole position of black's holds on. So now you're letting it get traded, and then that pawn can become very weak. It seems problematic. Like, I don't know, maybe we can sort of hold on here, but I'm already feeling like things are, they're getting a bit out of hand. So let's look at this Bishop D8 move. Maybe that can hold things for Hikaru.
Okay, I guess the same, like, what's going on here is that what does white do to pose problems? If we can't answer this in a great fashion, or in like, you can't really answer it correctly, I mean, black is just fine. We also are threatening to probably damage the structure at some point with Bishop F3. Then, man, even he has pressure on the A6 pawn. I forgot about that. You want to trade the rooks on the C file, but you keep forgetting A6 also is loose too. So this is a tough one for sure, for sure. But Bishop B6, Knight B3, we may have some things. Bishop B6.
There's a crazy move here. There's a crazy sort of idea here, James. Like, we need to explore this one. I mean, I see the computer pointing it out, but let's just try to understand it. Like, rook C5 with like some ideas of actually sacrificing this rook or the bishop. Yeah. How does that like rook C5 if I go bishop B6?
Exactly.
What's your point? Is rook D5, I just play queen D5, I'm safe.
And chill.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna turn off the lines and give me a for this moment. So let's look at like rook C5 and bishop B6. So This just runs into that. I don't really see a problem. So, but this bishop is the prize, isn't it?
Correct. I mean, takes. Yeah, I'm just gonna
Maybe
take.
you know what it is? I actually think, James, this could be rook d5, queen d5, and bishop a6. Like it could be as simple as that.
This is ridiculous. Like, come on, bro. Bishop takes a6. Really? Like, I'm open to exchange here, but I guess it's not as clear. The bishops are very sharp. It is an open position. I need
Yeah.
to find a move right now. In fact, I need to find a move now, which is not that clear where I actually go. Believe it or not, maybe queen b3 with a threat, but that doesn't. You can go bishop b5 and defend it.
Yeah, you know what's going on here? Like the compensation is coming from the fact that I have bishop and pawn for rook, but also you have weaknesses in your pawn structure. Now this move just looks kind of ugly. You wish your pawn would go back to f7.
Yeah.
So this is, and your knight cannot move because there's always bishop c4 if the knight moves anywhere, and then you lose everything.
Right.
So basically my compensation is a very powerful light squared bishop. And yeah, I mean, I don't have an immediate threat, okay, as white, but that's what we call compensation in chess. And the good news is that Hikaru, he did play bishop d8. So good for him for finding the best defense against rook c7.
And bishop d8. Yeah, so he found the best defense. Okay.
Yeah.
Best
Yeah.
defense. Now let's see where Gukesh is gonna go. 40 minutes for Gukesh.
I think this idea is, I have a soft spot for it in my heart, James,
Rook c5, rook d5. I mean, if he goes for this, he's just playing out of his mind. Like he's just literally.
Yeah, I think there's a chance. I mean, I have to say, because when you look at the big picture, guys, you do understand like the whole black position rests upon one powerful piece. And so just conceptually fighting off that powerful piece, even if it's a material sacrifice, like it does make sense.
Yeah, it does make a lot of sense. The bishop is the best piece on the board, in fact. So getting rid of it makes sense, but you also have to be extremely accurate and not fail afterwards. The follow-up is the most important thing after we go for this for Gukesh. But for Hikaru here, we are holding. I think rook a8 probably is the piece where we messed up a little bit, maybe a slight inaccuracy, they would call it. Slightly inaccurate. Maybe bishop g2 was better.
Yeah. Okay, what other moves does he have other than rook c5? Let's try to generate some ideas. I mean, there's bishop d6. I know in general the computer was putting this rook here all the time. Like, I'm not sure, that looks a bit weird. Like, I don't know, why not rook e8?
Rook e8, is there a bishop f5?
Ah, that's a good one.
There's a pawn
Good
there.
points. Good points. Okay, so this is a great way for me to blunder a really important pawn using the pin. Yeah, and that's why the rook is not going there.
So you have to go rook
Here.
something.
I mean, it looks quite ugly, but
Definitely discoordinated.
I mean, like knight e5. Knight e5 doesn't threaten much or do much.
And do we have bishop g2 there?
I mean, probably there's always like f3, but then you have like, yeah, I mean, I don't know if, I mean, like in general, I'm not sure that I would be that interested in this pawn. It could be like this bishop's not trapped, right? It can always go to c5.
Sure.
But if I take the pawn, f3, bishop h3, I mean, it's a mess, right? It's a mess. This bishop can't really move. Yeah, black's position doesn't look super harmonious, but okay, white has lost a really important pawn. This is always some idea.
Always, in fact. We always have that on tap there, which is nice. Always have this idea, and we don't have to worry about bishop h7 anymore. So
yeah. I'm just gonna make another prediction because I love losing fake money.
Right. All right. So
I'm gonna make my prediction. This game is not gonna end in a draw.
It's not gonna end in a draw.
Okay, I don't think so. I think it's just like it's developing in a very sharp way. But again, if you say draw, I mean, yeah, I think you have pretty good odds with that as well. I mean, but I'm gonna say
yeah. You say no draw, so I'm gonna have to say draw. I'm just that kind of guy. I like to take those type of bets. So cool, I'll go the opposite. Absolutely. So this is gonna be some type of draw, 100%. Double or nothing. No, we don't do that around here. Best 35. We don't do that double or nothing stuff. Nope. I'm smart. So if you lose, I mean, cool. I'm still up. Or you lose it all. And, you know, you got to be careful out here. 35-11. You got to be careful, buddy.
Yeah. All right. So we got Gukesh still thinking, right? So let's see what other moves we can think of here. We looked at rook c5. We kind of looked at bishop d6. Knight e5 doesn't make so much sense to me because you're kind of blocking in your bishop, and yeah, the knight was just there. So why would he do that, you know?
Wow.
Yeah, he's not going to do that one. Bishop e5 is possible like that, you know, kind of putting the bishop on the outpost. But yeah, basically black's idea is this, and then black actually has like a semblance of harmony. Yeah, James, we got to look at this move. This move is so interesting.
Okay, let's go down this line. So
we just got to look at this because, I mean, bishop b6 and rook d5. I mean, isn't that just a crazy line?
We can take with the pawn. We can take with the queen,
yeah,
too.
You can take with the pawn. So we already looked at queen takes, where my point is taking that pawn. If you take with this pawn, can I win the f5 pawn, or do I just go with queen e6 and land something on e5? I go queen f7. Oh, I can't go queen f7. That's very lucky for white that there's no block. Rook f7 looks weird, so king h8. Okay. And now it's a question. Like, A, can I take that pawn, or is like rook a8 too big of a problem? Probably it is. It is, yeah. You got to be a little wary of your opponent's ideas. That's a problem too, so we can't take it. So what to do? You know, this is such a fascinating position. Rook e1, activating the rook. There's no rook e8 because I'll sack my queen, get a back ring checkmate.
That's a good move. That is a good move.
No, you're playing with fire, but you know, but it's certainly interesting. I mean, I guess maybe something like that. You know, but no, I don't know. It's like, it's more like conceptually, you know, does white have enough compensation, like given squares like that?
Yeah. This is it's kind of shaky, but maybe I have queen f7, just like, yo, hey, get these queens off. I am up in exchange here, and try to stop all this stuff. Maybe bring the knight into c4 next.
Yeah. No, it's interesting. I mean, look, I'm going to tell you that this is my favorite idea in the position, and it's what I would play as white. And I just think that if you're not going to get rid of this bishop, like eventually your play will stop. And I know it's kind of radical, guys, to give up the rook like that. But I don't know. That's my feeling. That's my feeling about this position. This is an interesting option. Let's just see. Rook c5. Someone is saying bishop takes f3, queen takes. Yeah, first of all, I'm not very sure that I'll be taking with my queen on f3. I gotta say, right? I mean, I don't know if I want that queen trade. I mean, certainly taking with the pawn is an option. And I also have to even like look at this. King h8, and then, okay, wow. Yeah, rook f5 is already something that'll like give you pause. Like, I don't see Hikaru going into this stuff. This just looks like too crazy.
Yeah, definitely. Looks very wild. He didn't go for that wild line earlier either as well with bishop g2. At some point he is going to obviously make the right moves like aggressively here, I think, when the time comes, if he has to, obviously. Rook a8 was a little passive, of course. We saw he defended that. We played bishop d8. We found it. Now we need some more moves. Knight
yeah,
g5.
Great question about knight g5. I think there's a few issues with that, and one of them, Hamad, is that maybe I can even just take and then play knight b3. Yeah, and then take. Okay, so he went rook e1. Doesn't keep us in suspense for long. The players are in a little bit of time trouble in the sense that, like, you know, 16 moves for like 30 something minutes, around 2 minutes a move. It's not a lot for like a complicated position like this. So, you know, moderate time trouble. Rook e1, so shouldn't bother Hikaru too much. And he's going to play bishop b6, right? He doesn't really need to think long about improving the bishop, I think.
Yeah, if this rookie one move, bishop b6 is an improvement move. We need to keep the rooks connected. It's just good to do. And then at some point, maybe we could play rook c8 if possible. But of course, bishop b6 is a move. It also threatens bishop d4 at some point with bishop f3, but we need to defend the e6 first. So maybe a rook e8 we might see after bishop b6 to consolidate, take on f3.
Yeah.
Or
yeah,
we'll see what happens next.
I really think, guys, that as long as this bishop stays stable on that square, like black will always be okay. So I do think that this is a fairly easy move to make. I mean, I don't know. There's knight b3, but this is so hilarious that there's even this type of move. I mean, it's exactly our theme, right? Which is just like offer up the rook for the bishop.
Yeah, that bishop's so powerful. Wow, that is insane. That's very instructive here, guys. Very instructive that you can give up an exchange like this due to the activity of the pieces and the weaknesses in black's position, being the e6 pawn, also the disconnected rooks and etc. Pretty nice I think theme here that we can sacrifice so many times to get this bishop off of d5. This d5 is the whole key to black's position. That leaves, the position goes too. So we may not even see any movement of this bishop f3 move unless everything is consolidated. Bishop b6, rook e8, then think about maybe even knight b3 first, and then think about taking on f3, so we can follow up by taking on d4. Interesting.
Yeah. So bishop b6, I mean, the only question is, like, are there any issues with this pawn? Like, can anybody attack it? Like, I don't really think so, because on bishop d2, we got, knight b3. And on queen d2, we got knight b3. I feel like Hikaru is close to making a move. Okay, so let's see what he goes with here.
28 minutes. Pretty close in time, 28:32.
All right, Hikaru just went for the phantom mouse. I guess what happens when you spend a lot of time.
Right, he went for the mouse there. Oh shoot, my bad. I forgot I'm not streaming. Like reaching for a mouse in an OTP game. That is hilarious. I think I've seen him do that too as well. I have seen that before.
All right.
E5. H6 is I mean, it can be, but it's just it's too much. It's giving too many weaknesses already. It's possible. It's unnecessary. We don't have to do it. I don't think we'll see that from him.
All right. Hikaru's gearing up to play a move. You can really see that. And he's feeling pretty comfortable. Knight
b3.
All right. He actually went in with the knight. Okay. And I guess he doesn't really, I don't know. Rook c5. I mean, it's not like rook c4 is the only move. Of course, white can just go rook c2.
Okay.
And then you got to figure out, is there any point in this capture? I guess the answer is no, because there's a queen e6, and then I can just take the knight.
Nice.
And not only I can take the knight, which is pretty good, but I can do better than that, and I can checkmate.
Ooh, queen f5. Whoa, Tactinos. That's like unstoppable.
Yeah, now I'm threatening your rook and checkmate, so white wins. So yeah, like, guys, the one thing you need to understand, right? I think we're getting that across, is that this bishop is really important. So when you play chess, you have to know which pieces are essential to your position and in what way. And it kind of comes down to that. Every time we try something where we're like, oh, I'm going to make a capture, try to win a pawn, it all fails so miserably because that bishop is that important.
Yeah, the bishop is so strong, guys. I mean, and I think, well, Hikaru knows that. I also like the fact that knight b3 is on the board now. He has he's hitting this d4 pawn. I think we are going to see bishop b6 next, and some type of defense of the e6 pawn, and we'll see what happens. Like, black definitely is doing well, really well after the last few moves. I think Gukesh definitely made a very good point of playing dynamic with bishop d3, bishop f4. He moved the knight back to f3. He made lots of threats and like playing provocative, but he didn't play. I mean, Hikaru didn't go for any of this.
All right, so now we can make another bet. Is Gukesh going to go rook c2 or rook c4?
All right, here we go. $100 bet, chat. $100 on the line here. $100.
All right, I'm gonna go for rook c4.
100 big ones. I'm gonna go for. All right, I like rook d1 or rook c2. So that's what I'm gonna go for.
All right. So here's the thing. If he goes here, the point is that there's actually no bishop b6 because then you have to deal with losing that pawn. So that's kind of like why rook c4 has some attraction.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, you're not ever worried about this happening because then everything is just going to hang immediately.
Right.
So I kind of feel like, okay, what's he going to do on this move? Is he going to go? I don't really see him playing a5 because then the knight can never go back there.
I don't like a5 either.
Yeah, like if you play a5, I mean, even queen c2, and I don't know, maybe not queen c2, maybe like queen d1, but something, yeah, like something is going to hit that knight, and it's going to kind of force you to take that knight because your knight is trapped, and this is not too great, yeah. So we don't want to get that knight trapped. So
maybe we start with
a5 happening, yeah.
Maybe we repeat once, knight a5, knight b3, and then.
No, but here's the thing, though, James.
No.
I'm going rook c5.
Oh,
Going for my idea.
Want that bishop?
While you're wasting time with that knight, I'm setting up my exchange sack.
I'm gonna sack it and take that, and takes, and queen e6 once again. We looked at a line similar.
Yeah. But this is even better for white because white's now got the rook on e1. It's a much better version, while black is just basically moves this knight around. So I don't know, guys. I feel like you got to play for some style points when you play chess. You got to inspire yourself and motivate yourself. And when you play a move like rook c4, you actually get a big psychological boost. Don't you feel like that, James?
Absolutely, of course. When I play tactical chess, or like when I'm playing, which is all the time, but anytime I win tactically too, or able, I think I play one game where actually I beat a very strong international master. This was like my immortal game in a way, and I put it on YouTube. I don't remember what I called it, but it's yeah, I don't remember what I called that game, but it was I have some fun thumbnails and stuff like that. But it was a game where I played knight f3 b3 first time over the board, and then at the end I sacrificed. At one point, my queen and my rook were hanging at the same time, but it was mate. It was a beautiful thing, and it was very nice. It was a very cool idea that I found in the game. So I had some style points there. It was very nice, tactical win, crush. It was like 20 moves. So you get those style points and you feel good. You're like, ooh, I got this move, you got that move, and you play it and you just feel that boost of confidence in your game. So rook c4, we don't want no confidence boost from Gukesh at all. We don't want that, buddy. Play rook c2 or rook d1 for us. Thank you very much.
Yeah, well, we'll see how much he wants that psychological boost. The thing with playing spectacular moves like that, offering up material, is that, oh, rook c2.
Let's go. 400. $400.
Yeah. I don't know. It's not like I'm suggesting bad moves. Why do I get all the bets wrong, All right. $400. He doesn't want to be fancy, and he doesn't. Well, he's not. The problem is that he's not stopping bishop b6, because I mean, rook c4 at least was stopping bishop f6, right? Bishop b6. All right. Well, he goes for rook c2. That makes me more confident. Okay. The good news, it makes me more confident about Hikaru's position. And, I don't really see bishop f6 happening. Is he really just going to allow that rook in and be totally cool with that, going queen b6? I mean, maybe.
Yeah, maybe, because it does hit that pawn 3 times. And I think now I'm actually winning that. So, but bishop b6 just feels better. It's just a better move.
Yeah, this move looks normal. I guess the difference is that they can still play bishop e5 and hold that pawn.
Okay.
Again, you actually can look at stuff like that now because the e6 pawn is not going to hang, and you really should look at that. Bishop takes f3 and trying to take on d4. It could be some immediate draw.
Yeah.
Bishop f6 tries to say that hey, this is not a big deal because there's no longer a bishop on e7. The queen can just move away, and then this pawn is hanging. That's a very valid idea. And I mean, yeah, I'm always interested in can I get rid of this bishop, but maybe now it's not a big deal anymore once I've won the pawn. Yeah, it's very solid.
Okay, very solid stuff. Wow, but I mean, I got the pawn. The rook's on the 7th rank. I mean, B2's hanging too. I'm definitely taking black always there.
So now we have to figure out, is he going to go bishop f6 or bishop b6? It seems like a good time for another prediction.
Okay. That's the thing. Okay, hold on. You go first. I'm up 400, so you go first. What you going with? We got to think hard here.
I am thinking hard. I'm going to go for bishop b6. All right.
D6. Okay, so I have to go the other way. Bishop F6. Bishop always go the other way.
I think we're going to get our answer pretty soon. You know, Hikaru's got like 25 minutes for 15 moves, so he definitely has to keep playing a tempo.
By the way, Magnus and Wesley drew, and so we got an Armageddon game coming up, guys. If you're not familiar with the format, this is one of the cooler formats where every draw they have to play a second game with the same colors. And Armageddon is obviously 10 minutes and 7 minutes for black pieces, 7 minutes, and you get to draw odds. You do have to draw odds. So that's coming up. Magnus and Wesley Armageddon game.
All right, Tari Noterbeck is going crazy.
Ooh,
yeah. All right. Well, why don't we let Hikaru ponder which way he wants to go with his bishop and just like take a quick look at some of the other games. We're just gonna do like an overview, guys. So we have Tari versus Abdusatorov. He actually went for bishop d2.
Oh yeah, I went for that.
D5. Okay, let's just see it. He was threatening some kind of knight d6 here. Is it going crazy? Yeah, really crazy. I'm kind of rooting for Ari here because I feel like black was a little maybe too crazy with his play.
Whoa.
Yeah, we're not going to go into the details. Let's just see what's going on. Oh, wow. So for some reason, he could have won with queen b4 and then queen b2. All right, I guess we should understand why he was winning. Like, what is up with that? So here, by the way, he's threatened with checkmate. Right. And king g7, queen b2, like, let's say, I don't know. Yeah, so the idea is that he could just cover the checkmate and then take the bishop, I think.
Oh, piece. Oh, man. Up a whole piece.
All right, so that was the idea. Instead, he went for queen c5. But now he can't really. How's he stopping the checkmate?
Is this the line? Oh, he's had to go bishop d3.
Yeah, this is the position. Queen h2.
Yeah, one.
So this is no longer an advantage for white. Wow, poor white. Poor white. Like now there are kings running up the board, and it's just like a total mess. And it's not. I don't know what's going on, but okay. Apparently this. And why is that so good for black after c takes d7? That I can take on, I can at least take here and like take your bishop,
Take and trade, yeah.
Oh wait, actually, no, sorry. I can't take your bishop because that's a check. But I can like take that pawn, yeah, okay. I mean, we don't know how this game is going to finish. Like, it's not really clear that white is doing badly, but it is clear that like, the worst is behind black, yeah?
Absolutely. The worst is behind him for sure, it looks like. Man, that was a wild game. That sequence, queen b4 check, queen b check, and then g3. That was hard to find. I mean, the geometry there.
All right. We have not taken a look yet at all today at Firouzja versus Mamedyarov. This looks like a pretty crazy game. Black was what is like 3-6. Okay, material is even. Black has wonderful looking pieces. He plays a move that, I don't know, it looks very natural, but it also kind of gives away a pawn. I guess he's really preparing like sacrifices on this diagonal. Why is he just giving up this pawn? Let's see. I mean, after DC, like just queen c6, I guess is his idea. Or something like that. But yeah, I mean, the computer did not love this just pure pawn sacrifice. But I can understand it from a human point of view, like how he really wanted to open that bishop.
Yeah, absolutely. A bishop looks great. I mean, you open the bishop up there, I sacrificed that all day just to give that pawn up, especially with knight g2 possibilities there. My rook is already lifted. I definitely have some, and Shaq is very dangerous, as we know. So very dangerous player. C5, you have to make sure you calculate correctly here. Farouche understands that too as well.
Yeah, the computer really liked queen d8.
What?
Try to understand why. Like, what was so special about this move? Maybe in a way he even wants to kind of prepare some c5 and like not losing the pawn with a tempo.
That's probably
part of it.
Yes, yeah. Maybe you can play it now. Wow, what a strange move. Queen d8.
You know what it is? What else I'm thinking? Okay, can we try to trap the queen at some point, like with g5 and then queen back, and then like knight attacking it, and then bishop c8.
Hey, whoa, you have to go g4. I would have to go g4 at least.
Yeah, and if you go g4, then I'll definitely win.
Yeah, you can even
so I mean, queen d8 just kind of like patient improving move, because you can go with g5 right away, but I guess you do, like, why can't you go knight e2 anyway? Oh my gosh, this is insane.
What is that? What is that?
Like, what kind of a resource is that?
You get both the rooks for the queen. I've never seen that one.
It feels like a beginner playing, right? Like putting their queen on prise.
Yeah, takes, and then I get to, and it's like equal, kind of.
Yeah. Okay. So that is why the computer likes like queen d8 getting off the diagonal. But okay. I mean, I feel like Mamedyarov played a pretty understandable move, to hold the initiative. And oh my gosh, I got something right today, James.
What you get?
Yes, I did. Do you want to remember what it is that I got right?
He played bishop b6.
Yes.
Okay. She got the little $100 back. I lost the bet on that one.
So how many do we have right now?
I'm up 300.
You're up 300. All right.
$300. All right, get your little $100 back. I guess I can be generous. A little $100.
Nice.
All right, bishop b6 is on the board, guys. He didn't go bishop f6. He went bishop b6, which is totally understandable.
Yeah. I just thought, I mean, I just thought that instinctively, he might not want to let that rook in, and bishop b6 does look like a solid enough move. And okay, even if bishop e5 happens, it's it's not like a move that worries black too much.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, bishop e5 is just not a move we're too worried about. But I'm actually curious of what happens after bishop e5. What do we do now? We need to do.
Let's think. Let's think.
Go rook c8 now, though. Rook f to c, because now I could like challenge the file finally without any problems. You can't double the rook.
Oh, okay.
I mean, just rook f to c8, and there's no sacking.
Yeah, your idea is that there's no rook c1 coming.
Yeah, just pick queen takes.
That looks pretty solid.
Yeah, even some knight c1 ideas, strangely enough.
Oh yeah, wow, I rather like that.
We take and move the queen up, stuff like that.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Rook c8. I mean, I guess the other thing that we can look at is this move. I mean, just because it's very forcing, and we really do just want to pick up that pawn. So I feel like, I mean, we have to look at that.
Okay, let's take a look at it. If it takes, let's say we do queen takes, trade everything out. Takes,
trade,
and takes. Yeah. He takes on e6. Yeah, this is probably, I mean, it's opposite color. White feels a little bit more active somehow, and I feel a little bit more active.
Yeah, you feel a little more active, but I don't know that if there's really a problem in this position. Okay, he goes queen e5. Queen e5. Wow.
Queen e5. That was not on the radar. What is that move? Queen e5.
Yeah, now again, James, we got to calculate these takes and takes.
Yeah, he's threatening what again? Okay, takes. Knight takes d4.
I mean, bishop takes f3. I feel like, okay, let's just look at it. I mean, okay, like, I mean, if you take and I get to take with my knight, that reminds me of his game yesterday with Wesley in the Armageddon, where he was taking everything on d4.
Yeah.
So you take, I go here.
Maybe he takes the knight instead.
Yeah, you might need to take the knight, because
okay, wait.
If you take like that, the fork is just winning.
Right. So queen takes and then bishop g2.
Yeah. My king is safe. Is your king? How safe is your king?
I don't see the next move for white. This is playable for black all day. Exactly. Black seems really good here.
Rook e3, stopping bishop h3.
Okay. And
Not obvious. Not obvious, guys. Like you have to step into that capture and I guess hope and pray that rook c7 is your answer here and that somehow that's good enough.
Queen b6, no, it doesn't work. I have to stay on the bishop diagonal.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like queen e5 is a little dubious, yeah? And he's definitely going to have some problems with his pawn.
Let me see Hikaru's facial expressions or anything.
Yeah, his facial expressions show that he's like very concentrated because he knows that all these moments are like critical.
Yeah, he knows something's up too as well. He knows something's up. You can tell. He's like, yeah, that's the I don't believe in it. Let me see. Yeah, he's looking good there. Looking good there, buddy. Looking good there. He's looking for blood, says Abashi. Looking for blood. Yeah, you can tell. You can tell. He's looking good there.
All right. So yeah, queen e5. Hikaru needs to figure out, is he taking this knight or is he going to make some sort of quiet improving move? Which, what would that look like, James? What would a quiet improve, like, like rook c8 actually?
Yep.
Rook c8. I mean, why is that bad?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like that looks like a totally normal move. Now there's no pressure on a6, right?
Rook c8.
Yeah.
It was good.
All right, guys, we are going to go on a super short break. The game is getting exciting, and soon we're going to be watching the Armageddon between Magnus and Wesley. So literally in just a few minutes coming up, like 9 minutes. So we're going to take a short break, and we're going to come back for all the exciting action. Hey guys, welcome back. We're at the most exciting part of the game as the players have less than 20 minutes to make the time control at move 40. So we took a break after white played queen e5, and let us see what Hikaru decided to go with. He actually went for, yes, he went for rook c8. So this is one of the solid moves that we mentioned. He did not go for like these forcing lines with bishop takes f3, just very solid. Rook c8. There was a trade you can take with the rook now. Queen went back to attack the pawn, and rook a8. So it's like there always seems to have to be a rook on a8 to guard the pawn, because you can't push it since bishop a6 would have happened anyway.
Okay, rook a8 played. I still like black. I mean, d4 is weak. E6 is weak. The life of the whole position for black is the bishop on d5. So great job from Hikaru, just holding everything, negating the threats that Gukesh was trying to put on the board, especially with his ISO pawn position. I mean, he really was pressing him or trying to press Hikaru, and it just didn't work. He wasn't falling for anything. And you see this is why Hikaru is one of the greatest ever here players. I mean, he's playing such a good game here, defending everything, and we're doing just fine right now. So pretty good. Oh, looks like
so Gukesh just played queen e3 to guard this pawn. Mm-hmm. And okay, basically every time you're taking here, you're running into queen e6. And I mean, again, I can't really say that this move. Yeah, actually, now I can say it, because now I can say that this move is not good, because now with one pair of rooks traded, guys, unfortunately, you don't have that king h8 move we had earlier, since there's just a backward. Yeah. All right, guys. Well, we're going to let Hikaru make it to the time control, and we've got Magnus and Wesley, who just started their Armageddon game. So they have even less time than Hikaru and Gukesh. So I think it makes sense for us to focus on this. This was a Rai Lopez Berlin again. It's actually the same line. And okay, it goes a little bit differently now. And Magnus playing d4, bishop g4, knight d2, castles queenside. The moves are coming in fast. Magnus needs to win. It's a must-win game for Magnus.
Must win for Magnus here, as we are in the Armageddon part now. So there will be a winner here. Yeah, it's just no doubt about it. There's going to be a winner. And at one point, one person gets 3, or 1.5, actually, sorry, after the draw. And the other one just sticks with a half point. We'll see what happens. It's getting sharp already.
And the thing is, though, is that Black already seems to be doing quite well. But he needs to, he needs to make 40 moves before he gets a 1 second increment. And even when it gets to 1 second, 1 second is really fast, but he just played the great move, Wesley. Because the idea is like, if you take here, takes, just even bishop f3 is really painful because now the d file is opened up. And like, just to show you guys, right? Like, you don't even have a good way of recapturing this knight because you're all pinned up. And, you don't want to take with the pawn and let that knight into f4. So actually, right now, Wesley's in good shape on the board and on the clock. It's not the best, but he started out with 7 minutes. So he's, he spent 1.5 minutes. It's okay.
Yeah, he's not playing that fast, but he also is, keeping up right with Magnus on the time, I think. He definitely needs to play quicker soon, actually. In fact, as he starts to get lower on time, you start to make those mistakes, or, you just will have less time trying to figure out complicated positions. Knight h5 is very nice. You also have a knight f4 that could be played, and an h5, h4 as well. So you can also play h5, h4. Definitely like Black's position. He castled queenside already. You have some opposite color, opposite side castling positions. In these positions, actually all it takes is whoever gets to the king first. Whoever gets to the king first is going to win this game. That is just how it goes in every type of opposite queenside castle. I'm always a fan of castling queenside because usually they castle king and we just go for mate every game. So it's very simple plans, and I think it's actually very simple here as well. Is there an e5 here?
E5. But then there's probably just bishop c5, and then you might have some issues regaining this pawn. The thing is, if you take with the c pawn, guys, the first thing that comes to my mind is just a simple bishop takes g3 and rook takes d4, and looks like Black is just kind of won a pawn here. I don't really particularly see White's compensation. So Magnus has a big problem right now, right? Which is that he cannot make that recapture the way he would like. I suppose he could throw in this move, but even then, like rook takes d6, it seems problematic.
Absolutely. Rook takes d6. Yeah, I think he's already on the back foot here. Already on the back foot.
I guess you can take like that, but then there's pawn takes, right? And then you can still take.
Queen takes d4, right? Look, queen.
Yeah, you're still winning a pawn.
Great queen sack. We pick up a pawn there. Takes. Up a juice.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's see. So Magnus did just take, and I really predict Wesley is just going to play bishop takes g3. Like, I don't see him going. I don't know. Bishop b4 is interesting. It's actually pretty smart. Bishop b4 is like another really good option. Like, he might do that, but it's just that this is so simple and solid for him, and he only needs a draw. But this move is like really ambitious. Like, it could be a good way of getting a draw because like White's all pinned, and he went for it. Good for him. Wow. I actually see Wesley like winning this game.
I do too as well. Even the eval bar does too as well. It's tough. It's very tough for Magnus here. Also, the queen side attack, or his king is on the queen side, castled queen side. The problem is these pawns. Actually, I was going to say queen a4 is definitely a move. It's hitting a7, but that's all it's doing. Like, that's all. But
he's stacking an exchange, right? Like, there's either you go king b8, which is really safe, or if you take an f3, I mean, yeah, Queen A7 looks a little scary, but like, if knight takes, yeah, he's going for the principled move. He's sacking this exchange, and Black's gonna play King B8, and Magnus is just gonna be down an exchange.
Simple.
Unless he wants to go Queen A7 and like play without a rook for a while.
Yeah, actually, I mean, I guess that makes sense because after Queen A7, if you try to save the bishop, we go knight E5 first, a nice in-between move. And then we go Queen A8 looking for mate there. But yeah,
wow, Magnus, okay, he plays the move that poses the biggest problems.
right. So
Wesley.
Queen
Queen B4, excellent move. Wesley, he's so good. He is so good.
You found that so fast.
Yeah, so fast.
Found that so fast.
Wow, that is a mark of a really good player, guys.
Takes G4. Yo, is he just getting crushed here? You just crushing Magnus? Takes.
I don't know. I guess there's Queen A8, Knight E5.
And then King E7.
Why can't you just go G4? I mean, what is it's Knight E? Oh wow!
Anyway, oh my
rook, and there's no stopping the checkmate.
That is sick.
Oh, it is sick.
So good.
Oh wow! So he needs to actually be really careful now, Wesley. I mean, that's insane. That like you got to find this move now to try to get out of that. Like, how about F6 or something?
Oh, definitely
too slow because it was like rook E3 or okay. He goes for Queen B6.
Check. Check.
Okay. I see it. Like it's kind of logical. Check. King D7. Queen A3. Well, he needs only a draw. Like that's the good news for him, right? So he.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, sometimes you forget about that part. This is the hard part about Armageddon. Sometimes, yeah, you just forget about that. All he needs is a draw. So no perpetuals for Magnus. He's going to always go for it. But Magnus is down in exchange, but he's on a king hunt, trying to make it work.
Yeah. So okay, no, I mean Magnus is doing a good job at pressuring him on the clock. For sure. Like let's see if I play F6, I'm just curious, like why is that so bad? Oh, he played it.
Wow.
Yeah, that was my thought, And it's apparently a bad move.
Yeah, we just go E5. You just go king hunt. King hunting 101.
But Magnus goes D5. All right. That's logical too. Crazy situation on the board. Probably some sort of Queen B5 is what Wesley's gonna do.
There.
Okay, he goes King C8. All right. Kind of solid. But this game is just so crazy. I can really see like how good Magnus is that he's able to put this much pressure despite having like such a bad opening.
Yeah, right. Just put this much pressure on this practical chances there. He's making the best of his practical chances.
And why can't you just take this pawn now? And that's what I would do.
Yeah. But maybe you just block it.
Yeah, well, the thing is, like, okay, you're supposed to, I guess, take there. I don't really see how that's too dangerous for Black because he finally gets a chance to play King B8. Okay, he goes King B8. I guess that's pretty solid because one of these pawns is going to get captured soon. It's kind of similar. And Wesley's got to make 17 moves in this 2.5 minutes. But at least it's kind of calmed down for him a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. King B8. And now play E5 too. I mean, he's really going for the king. Like those pawns on E5 and D5.
So he's gonna take here, and then when Black takes, he's gonna go with F7. Yeah, and he's gonna try to get the rook to E8 and the knight to E5, and that's gonna be the optimal placement for his pieces.
Absolutely. F7. I like this for Magnus. I'm not even gonna lie. I like for the practical chances and Wesley being low on time. Precision is required.
Yeah. It's like really crazy how Queen F6, I'm just going to say Queen F6 looks like such a normal move, but already after knight E5, like White's got this initiative.
Oh, 97, bro. 97.
97 takes Queen F7. Why is that not okay for Black? Is there something else that we need to do here? Because knight there, it's just rook takes, and then that's going to be fine for Black.
And rook E7. Oh, yeah, rook E7 there. And then Queen F2, King H2. And I guess he can defend.
Oh, yeah, Queen F2, and I can guard that.
Yeah, you can guard.
Apparently, guys, the best move here for White is just a simple rook E3.
Simple. Okay. Nice.
Trying to checkmate with a rook lift. We know we like those rook lifts.
Oh yeah, our rook. We definitely do the rook lifts over here, guys. Do you do your rook lifts at home? Make sure you're hitting your rook lifts every day. Pick up the rook, lift it, 1,000 curls every day. 1,000 curls every day of rook lifts, guys. You can definitely do it.
Yeah, no, I think if Magnus wins, it's just going to be such a champion game, you know? You can feel it, right? How he's bringing the fire.
Oh, there go Magnus. Big Mag is back.
Yeah. Pressuring him on the clock. He's threatening checkmate. C6. Okay. This is going to require him to find rook f3 check after, like, I don't know if king c7 is the move, or king c7. There's also rook b3, which needs to be looked at.
There might be knight c6.
Wow. So actually, it is this rook b3 move that is even better. But I mean, I guess if rook here takes block, and then you can like try to make a draw in the queen end game.
Yeah, when Magnus informed, he informed, guys. I mean, rook b3.
Wow, he's hitting it. Yeah, he's hitting all the right moves. Yeah.
Man, that's scary. Brilliant move. That's crazy. When Magnus is informed, it's a bad day for you.
Yeah. So now is there some like knight c6 tactic? Because that's what I would wonder about. But actually, I mean, I don't know. This kind of seems. Oh no, but there's queen. Maybe there's even queen c6, and there's also you got to look at queen f2. All right. So what is Magnus gonna do? He's gonna think about it. Apparently, the best move is this. Yeah, because there's no more rook block. Wow. So why is this winning? Oh, he's winning the rook because on queen e5, rook f7.
Yep, and rook
f8 is won. That's crazy. That's it. That's over, right? Oh no, it's not yet. Hold on.
Wait, but you still check and take the rook. No, check. Yeah, you check and take the rook.
Yeah, you just check and take the rook. Yeah.
Wow. This is a resi. Just
resign. So good, Magnus. No, I enjoyed that performance. Like, I felt like that was a very powerful game. Like, you know, Wesley had a great position, but Magnus like applied so much pressure. Like, you know, the coolest moves in this game were like, so bishop b4, like Wesley was being ambitious, right? Well, maybe he shouldn't have been so ambitious, huh? Maybe he should have just taken that and like just been up a pawn without anything that special. In hindsight, yes, that would have been the better approach. But he tried to go for more. And then Magnus plays here. And, you know, Wesley continues playing the most principled moves. And then, like, Magnus just sacks the rook like that. Like, totally, you know, timing everything the right way. And queen b4 is even the best move by Wesley. So he wasn't playing so bad.
Yeah, he actually wasn't playing bad. I mean, but the
but this position was just really hard to navigate. Like once he realized that after g4, White's actually sacking the rook with check, and there was a checkmate. Like once he realized that, that must have been just like such a horrible moment for him. And he just, you know, he played fine. He played, you know, normally for the amount of time he had, I would say. So it's like it was really not a bad effort by Wesley, but it was like very strong effort by Magnus.
It's aggressive chess one-on-one, baby. It always works. But most
like times, this was so clinical, like rook e3, like rook a3, rook b3, like so precise. He didn't give him any chances. I mean, just amazing.
Very nice.
That's amazing. I really think Magnus, you know, showed what he's capable of on his
just that word. Norderbeck won that game.
Wow. Norderbeck won that crazy game. All right, we'll take a look at that later. Let's go to our boy Hikaru.
I was like, what happened?
Yeah, this is not what is on the board right now. We got queen c6 by Hikaru.
Fine.
Bishop e5. Okay, queen d7. So he's basically just kind of like, he feels like his position is solid. He doesn't exactly know what to do. And he's just kind of hanging out. And Gukesh is trying to improve. But I think Hikaru might be trying to bring this knight to c6.
Definitely like knight c6. You know, it's funny. There might be a g4 next. Of course, you know I always will push the g pawn. But knight c6, g4 anyway? Knight takes, queen takes.
Yeah. But, you know, when I got bishops like this, James, raking the board, and if you're going to give me a chance to take here, like, I think I'll be okay after, you know, g4, you know?
Understandable. Definitely understandable here.
I like this. I like where it's going for Hikaru. I like that he's basically going to get this bishop by force.
And time is getting lower too as well. So that definitely, anytime time gets low, that always benefits Hikaru. Also, Gukesh didn't do that well in Blitz, which is understandable. Like, I mean, hey, it's the faster time controls. I mean, you're prone to make blunders. It happens to the
Yeah.
best of us.
Someone
But
says Wesley would never blunder like this against Hikaru. I don't know. Like Wesley played a decent game, guys. You know, that was not a bad effort by Wesley at all. Like that was just some crazy stuff where the position got so chaotic in his time situation. Like you got to kind of appreciate how expertly Magnus applied that pressure on the clock and on the board and the risks that he took. And it just like, yeah, Wesley was doing well, but it wasn't obvious. And he didn't have the time to be super precise. And his like normal moves just got, ran into, Magnus's top moves.
right. And also pressure putting on you. I'm playing Magnus too as well. Oh, I'm getting attacked. I'm getting attacked. And the time as well. That time is really a thing there. Tough game. Great job from Magnus. Rook C1 on the board from Gukesh. He's like, yo, just take it anyway, bro. Take the.
Yeah. So now Hikaru has a chance to get that bishop. I definitely like that trade. I mean, I think Black's bishops are going to look amazing. And then he can even like kind of kick away this knight. I don't know. I don't really like where Gukesh is going with this game, but that's good for Hikaru.
Absolutely. Big fan of it. Hikaru is looking good. I mean, this whole game, this was a fight for real from start to finish. What a fight this game.
Yeah, yeah. And now it's coming down to like some critical moves before move 40. He knows that he can his maneuver of the knight from there to there was really good.
Is there more time added after 40 or is there
Yeah, they get more time added. They do, yeah. Yeah. Why are people always trying to downplay great plays by Magnus? He found some great moves in an unfavorable position. Yeah, that was yeah, no, I don't know. I don't feel like he got lucky. I think he made his own luck in that game, guys.
Yeah, in fact,
Magnus, good players, they make their own luck,
That's right. That's right. Always there's gonna be
yeah.
like you, like 20%. As always, there's a 20% rule. I'll put it on on Facebook and Instagram, let people know 80% always gonna like everything that you do. There's always a 20% that no matter what you do, who you are, you can be the greatest player in the world. They just don't like you. And that's okay. You have to understand that. So you put that in a category so you don't get mad at it. You just understand it. That is the 20%. It's this perspective. You put it in there and you'll be okay with it. This is how we do things. And that is the best way to look at it. Always remember that 20%. Who cares, right? Okay, all right, whatever. They don't like Magnus. Like, it is what it is. Let them downplay it. Don't get mad at it, right? That's how you do it. H6 on the board, knight f3, bishop d8 probably, and bishop f6. I like.
That's interesting. And then there is like this potential to also capture this knight and capture on d4. I don't know if that's the best way to play because there's probably
some tricks, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say queen c7, but maybe rook c7 is better. Okay, so he played knight where? To h3. Oh, he got afraid of bishop takes f3 and he went here. Okay, okay. He wants to go knight f4. Very understandable. Now, what are we going to do, though? Well, we need to move this bishop out of the way and get a quick attack on that pawn. So I think he's going to go bishop b3.
Bishop b3. Whoa, he went there.
Yeah.
I actually like rook. Wait. Is rook c8 a move? And back rank troubles? I like rook c8. I definitely like rook c8. Takes. Oh, but he can. No, he can't. Yeah, I definitely like rook c8.
I think here's the thing with rook c8, right? Is that after they trade with you, they're going to go knight f4. And then these squares are going to start to hang. And the check on c1, they're going to go king h2, right?
I have bishop c7. But so I think he has one. But then I have
bishop c7.
C7 idea is nice.
Oh, that's a big one. That's a big one, actually.
That was my whole idea with rook c8.
Yeah, that's actually quite clever. Hold on, rook c8. So I trade with you, and then you in knight f4, queen c1.
Correct. King H2
Going bishop f1, no.
Should
There's
want
bishop c4.
some stuff here.
Yeah, no, this rook c8 is like very interesting, James. I like that. Yep, look at that. Once you kind of put that in, the computer starts to appreciate your idea.
Yo, let's go.
Yeah, because knight f4, I was like, I completely was missing this bishop c7. I thought, white's safe, but like, nope, you're not safe because the bishop retreats. That's definitely something for Hikaru to think about. Yeah, I mean, rook c8, finally giving this rook a chance to move away from a8.
I like it. Hikaru needs to move. Yeah, I mean, he needs to move. Yeah. I mean, he's under 5. Under 5, so that's fine though. Like Hikaru lives in Blitz. I mean, Blitz phenom. We know this. He did okay in the Blitz too as well. Gukesh didn't do as well in the Blitz. We do know that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see black going all the way to a2, even if the computer
Bishop 8
likes that. I mean, if you're going to move the bishop b3 makes sense. And I guess the advantage of bishop b3 over bishop b7 is that pawn stays guarded, right? Because if you go bishop b7, knight f4, there is queen e6, although you're still going to lose that pawn.
Right.
There's some kind of like queen c7.
What is that? That is unbelievable.
This is kind of unstable,
Wow, that's a great move, huh? What is that? Unbelievable. A really good move. Do I have queen c8 there? That's a strange.
Right, so they're not actually getting increment. Yeah, so increment begins at 40. So they're not getting increments for now, huh?
So is there time added or is it just increment?
Well, I think it's time added.
And increment.
Oh wow, it's not only a time. Yeah, I guess you know what? We should probably figure out what is the time control. So let me just look that up very quickly, guys.
Our back from the back from the production side. Only increment.
Got it here. So we have time control. So it's 2 hours for the entire game. Oh wow, 2 hours for the entire game with a 10-second increments per move starting on move 41. Wow. So that's also very unusual. Like they don't have a second time control. They only get the increment. So that basically this is it. Like their team, like he's not going to get an extra half an hour or an hour after to make it to move 60.
Yeah,
okay. So all the action is actually going to happen like soon. Okay. And the 10-second increment, guys, is not a lot. So the players are basically going to be playing blitz now. And James, he goes for your move rook c8.
Let's go.
Yeah, rook e1. Apparently, that's not a great idea, giving up the open file. And Hikaru makes the best move, saving the pawn. And now he's got an advantage. Yes. He's got these beautiful bishops.
Uh-oh. Starting to see.
So let's figure out what's going to happen on knight f4. It's the bishop c7, queen e3, and can we just maybe take that and take an a4 at some point? I think like this is what I was thinking, like knight f4. And if the queen moves back, you just take, and then just have an extra pawn, and things look pretty stable for black.
That's right.
All right. So that's why he played bishop b5. But now Hikaru can go, I don't know, even this, I mean, attacking the pawn looks pretty good.
It's a beautiful move. I love queen a7. Also queen c7. I mean, we can trade them off if you like. Queen c7, d4 hanging, and I got the c file. I like both. Both are up there. I probably go with a7 because it directly hits the pawn.
Yeah. Yeah, I would too, because queen c7, there's time for knight f4.
Oh, there is, huh? Interesting. Takes. Yeah, okay. I don't like that. Yeah, queen a7 immediately.
So there's also kind of a point to that, hitting that pawn. And threatening, but like bishop c7, but queen a7, knight there, bishop takes. I mean, that looks so good for black, but is it good enough? I mean, it feels really good.
Rook definitely Rook C2, but house is like equal. And like, yeah, equal.
Yeah, I mean, the computer is like trying to hold it together.
Trying to hold the glue there.
Yeah, but it's not easy for Gukesh, guys. This is not. So he actually did he go Queen C7? Oh, okay. You went for it. So what happens on knight F4? Is there something? Do we just trade and maybe we just trade and move our bishop away, actually? You know what, James? Like I think maybe I was afraid of this move, but I think right, there's also just the yeah, like moving the bishop somewhere and you got like a free advantage here, right?
I do like that. Bishop B3, Rook C2.
Yeah. So all right, Queen C7, and Gukesh obviously didn't like the end game, so he played back, which is not really the computer's favorite either. And now Hikaru should just play Queen D6, preparing for Knight F4, Bishop E4, and hitting that pawn. He does it great. That's a really good move.
Wow. Queen D6. He's leaning in. He's trying to convert, but he needs to move a little bit quicker here, as he is. And he gets the increment, but he's definitely down time for sure.
Yeah.
Wow. Exactly.
No, I think what did we say? Oh, I said there's going to be a decisive game today. All right, Hikaru, prove me right.
Yeah, that's another
100. Right in the best possible way, you know?
Right, that's right.
And if he wins, he gets 3 points for the tournament standings. That's what we're looking for.
And it's with black, and we get white in
the next. Not like 1.5. We want those 3 points. Yeah, he smells blood. Well, that's good. Let's go, Tiger.
Tiger. Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, Irina has been wrong all day. No, guys, I need to be right when it counts. I'm already on a 1 prediction winning streak because I got the last one with Bishop B6, right? So don't forget that.
We did, in fact, and I'm only up 300 now, chat, $300. So hopefully we can keep staying up on the.
No. I know what this move means, guys. Like I can sniff that out, okay? Because there's a problem coming to that pawn, and now Gukesh is going to be in a very tough situation. Hikaru still has a minute 43 seconds. It's not a lot, yeah, to get that increment. But I feel like he at least knows his next move is Bishop E4. Like that's pretty simple. So let's send him some flower power.
Flower power in the chat?
Flower power. Yeah, guys. We promised to root for him better than yesterday. So let's get those flowers going. Thank you. All right. Yes. Yes, beautiful. This is still the classical game, guys. I know it feels like it's like Blitz, but it's still the classical game.
Let's get it. Let's go. Okay, what do we have? We got to move.
Bishop D3. Okay. So this is apparently a really bad move, but now Hikaru has to figure out why, because he's going to lose this pawn, but now Hikaru has to make this kind of crazy move, and he finds it. Bishop A2, opening up a discovery on the pawn, and this is the best square, because if you would have gone to B3, there would have been some sort of bishop F5 and some tactic, and instead he moves the bishop to a safe square, really unusual square for a bishop, guys, but he finds it, and now he's like, hey, I got this. Do you see him, guys? Look at him leaning back. He got that pawn. He knows it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He knows he's about to win. You can tell. You can always tell, especially from watching so much Hikaru, guys. And you look at him nodding. Nodding.
Yeah. You see that flower power, guys? It matters.
Oh, let's go. No, Hikaru is the most annoying player ever to play. Because, like, when he's winning, you know he's winning. And you know, and he knows that you know that he knows that he's winning, right? Because he's gonna nod, and it's gonna be, and he's gonna nod, and there's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing you can do. You're gonna lose. You're gonna lose the game. It does hurt.
Yeah, the thing is, guys, like, why is this pawn so important? I mean, it's always been like this kind of weak, isolated pawn, but it also just improves the power of your bishop so much. And then there's another pawn, so it's not just one pawn, right? There's like a whole trickle down effect on the position when you win it.
Yeah, this is over. This is completely over. As a minute, let me actually see Gukesh. I just want to see the body language, see what's going on there. So nothing really. He's not giving up anything. He's still trying, which is what makes these players excellent and great. Even when they're losing, they still are trying and trying to figure out everything here. He's glancing at the
Gukesh
clock.
is now lower on the clock. That's really good. Now we're in Hikaru's element, guys, where it's got like a minute and a half left, and then they just get to play blitz, and he's better. So I think we got a good chance today.
He's checking the clock here. Hikaru knows that he's winning. He's just gonna lean in there, looking at the cam. Just watching the cam now. This is good content. Watching the cam there. Hikaru in his element, about to take down Gukesh, who took down. Who did he beat first round? Fabi? No, it wasn't.
He beat Faruja.
Faruja, right? He beat Faruja first round. Okay.
Yeah.
It was a strong one. With black too as well.
No, Hikaru winning with black today will be huge. Okay, knight f4, bishop takes d4, easy move. Time for the increment. Yeah, he's definitely going to take with the bishop because he wants that tempo. There's no reason to take with the queen. There you go. Fast move. Now they're going to get those 10-second increment. He's got an extra pawn. So, yeah, I don't see too many impediments here. He just needs to be careful.
Position completely collapsed. E5, E4, like E5.
Yeah, E5, pretty good move. I don't know. That seems quite good. He maybe needs to calculate bishop takes F5 and rook F8. He does need to calculate something, right? Like E5, you don't just like push it without thinking because, you got to look at this.
Rook F8.
And then you got to make sure you're winning after rook F8, that you're actually winning a piece. I don't know if he's going to necessarily go for E5. He goes for bishop E5. Okay. So he decides to, that's a very, solid move. He just wants to remove that knight from his position. And probably a knight G6, just bishop F6. Like he just wants to be solid. Yep. He's just like, I'm up a pawn. I have bishop here. You don't have any threats. Like, no real reason for me to go crazy giving you chances.
Five there.
I mean, he just needs to remember that his bishop is protecting the pawn. That's important.
People do forget that. They're like, oh, queen E6. Like, no. That bishop. Be careful.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of moves here. Let's see. I mean, maybe rook D8. I don't know if you want to do that because there's bishop C4. Yeah, maybe that one you don't really want to do at this particular juncture. I don't know if I would want to deal with that, to be honest. So I think he wants to keep that bishop, and queen D4, he plays one of the moves that the computer liked. I like it. Yeah, he's attacking that pawn.
Why do you even like it? Am I just about to go up 2 here? Oh, okay, 97. So be careful. Be careful. You can't actually.
Okay, so this is apparently a bad move. Bishop B3, great move to play because on bishop takes, I guess there's like rook takes C2. So you definitely want to throw that in because it's a good square for the bishop, and you want the rook to move somewhere. So I don't know. You have rook C1 check, and he does. He does it. Let's go. Let's go, Tiger. I kind of like calling him Tiger.
Tiger.
Yeah, I don't know. Has anyone ever given him that nickname before? I mean, I've heard like Pikachu, Hikachu, but I kind of like Tiger, because that's how Hikaru is when he's like on the hunt. You can really feel that.
Yeah. Always
in his pounce mode. He's like been stalking the prey, and then he does the pounce at the end.
I always call him half man, half everything else, because the other half we don't know yet. To play at this level, it's absolutely out of this world. Very nice. Big fella. Good stuff.
That was a good move. I mean, one of the good moves he's got basically got Gukesh totally pinned up.
Totally. So now we just relax and convert.
Yeah, I don't think he's ever getting out of this pin, is he? Like, if he trades, I mean, he still is like in a pin, and bishop C4 will at some point win the exchange. Can you take on H5? Or is there knight F4? If you take here, you got to actually, there's like bishop E2. So don't do that, Hikaru. Don't do that. Okay, you didn't do that, right? You went bishop. Whoa, what? Oh my gosh.
Oh, he played it anyway. Oh
no.
Oh my goodness.
Wait, no, okay, hold on. Bishop.
You move, boy.
Was apparently a mistake, but his opponent's move was also a mistake. Oh my gosh. All right, queen E4. They don't have a lot of time. Thank God that somehow this is still good for him.
No, this happens in fast chess, guys. You got to remember, Gukesh has 5 seconds, right? And then he made that move actually with like
This is a threat.
what?
Thank God that it's a threat, because otherwise, I don't know, the knight would be coming to c6.
Yeah, it's gonna be a
Now he needs
problem.
to stop knight e7. Just do something to stop it. Yeah, bishop f6 is okay. King f7 is probably okay. Can you go king f7? I mean, it's not the best, but okay. He goes, all right, Hikaru. Yeah, good, good, good. Very solid. Then that pawn is going to hang in the end. That's the one still a weakness. Very nice. Very solid exchange of rooks. Oh, I almost had a heart attack there, James.
Right. Oh man, we all did. Chat like, oh snap blunder. Like, you know, we definitely were feeling a little different there.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to go back to that point and see if like what actually was happening, why this engine bar was like screaming. But it looks like he can capture another pawn. That's going to be a big relief to have that extra pawn on the queen side. Yeah, and you're going to have to give up, I guess, e6, but that's not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
Maybe king f8, bishop out, and maybe king e7, and actually just come up with the king. I actually like that plan.
Okay. It's still not over.
Yeah, no, I really like king f8 though. Yeah, very good, Hikaru.
Yeah, bishop f6 and takes. Maybe bishop f6, knight c4, bishop b5, big take, and take on b.
Yeah. King coming into the game is going to be huge for black.
Okay, making it a thing.
All right.
In a match.
I mean, in my mind, yeah, this is like, well, actually, the king maybe can't go there because of knight of 7. Okay, so he needs to be a little careful. Oh, wow. So he's allowing knight there, but I guess he's just going to go king e7, and he's going to win the bishop endgame. I mean, he can also, okay, king e8. So now the knight's kind of out of the game. And how's he defending that pawn? I don't really see it. Okay, well, now I see it.
Yeah.
Bishop b5, a4. He's still going to create a pass pawn.
And we push it through.
Yeah, the knight's a bit far. I mean, should be okay. Everything should still be quite decent. But, he only has one pawn to work with now after a4. Hopefully that's going to be enough. Okay, so he wasn't confident about that. And he decides to play here for now. Yeah, you can send the king back to e1. And then what?
Thanks for the update. Drake Candy says Faroja beat Shaq. So that's another update there. Interesting.
Wow, that's quite a turnaround.
Yeah, right. Okay, bishop d4 hitting the pawn. We got to probably walk the king around via d8. Walk the king up the board. We still got a4.
No, I think at this point he'll probably, with the bishop really well positioned here on king e1, he'll probably go a4. Okay. So I guess Hikaru is going to take that pawn. I mean, he really should win this game.
He should, but Gukesh is making it very difficult. He's like, yo, you have to prove it. You got to play it all the way out and prove it.
Yeah, because somewhere these pawns are still there, and those can be targets too, right?
Absolutely. Bishop pair takes. Yeah, it's just a clean win. Easy win here. We got that extra pawn. We got the bishop pair.
I mean, yeah, he brings the bishop back. I don't know if I thought maybe he would start bringing up the king. I think he does want to bring up the king if given the chance. So probably bishop d5 again.
Bishop d5, king d7, king d6, king c5.
Yeah.
Like that.
He's not like in a hurry, you see, guys, because he can kind of always play this move. And he just prefers not to trade pawns yet. There we go. King improvement. Really important. Destabilize that bishop. Like I said, it actually matters that these pawns are on the board because white's got to guard both sides of the board. And he's going to get his king maybe even there. It depends. Depends. Okay, let's not blunder that idea. So king e5. King e5. Oh, king e5, there's that. That's a problem. Kind of. It's a little problem. Maybe it's not even a big problem, There, move up. Should be able to win that. I don't
Yeah,
know.
definitely. Nice
Now he's
game.
doing bishop d7, so he's guarding that square.
Also threatening bishop g4.
Yeah. Oh, good point. Yeah, that's a big one. Yep. You see how those little pawns, they're still targets. It's not just the queen side that's a problem. All right. All right.
Bishop f6 with tempo, and then just move the king around. Bishop f6, king up.
Bishop f6, knight back. And what do you want to do after knight f3? Like,
I think c5 or bishop g4. But I mean, bishop g4 doesn't do much. Bishop c6, tying everything up.
yeah, yeah. Well, he doesn't really want to go there, obviously. I don't think that's the way he's going to do it, unless, well, now he can. Now he can go there if he wants. Yeah, now might be a good point to play this a4 move, by the way, and just get that pass pawn finally. Yeah, I think he will at some point want to do that plan. He might also be kind of what he's doing is he's really restricting that knight, right, with this bishop. And then at some point he can also figure out where he wants to take this king. The one thing that he will never ever do is take that knight with the bishop.
Never take that. Right. Exactly. Opposite color bishop in game. Ooh, that's gonna hurt.
Yeah. So I can kind of see him, yeah, bringing around the king, you know, still trying to get to that pawn, bishop f7 ideas. I can see that. Yeah, it's very hard for Gukesh here. Now Hikaru played a good game.
But great game. Excellent game.
Yeah.
Excellent game from Hikaru.
When he got the chances and the time was ticking down, he really pounced.
So makes him such a great player, guys. Great stuff from our guy here. How do we?
Yeah, I guess that it really is what, you know, for like the whole game. It's like you're in this, like you're like the tiger stalking among the leaves and among the high grass. No one really sees you, you know, and then you know your time comes.
Oh, there he is. Oh, I didn't see you. Where were you? There he is. He was there hiding the whole time. Bishop e6. And this is a GG. I mean, this is for real.
Yeah, he's losing this pawn. I think that's it.
This might be a
really, really good technique by Hikaru. Look at how he's built up his time too. Look at that, 45 seconds, and it's over. Nice job, Hikaru. Bravo. We really likes that effort. Winning with the black pieces and getting 3 points. That really rises your standing in the tournament. So I'm really pleased. You know, guys, this is actually very sadly, my last day commentating with you, because tomorrow I'm going to St. Louis for the Karen's Cup. So I had three great days with James and Benjamin. And are you continuing on with the commentary, James, for the rest of the tournament?
I'll be on, not tomorrow. I'll be on the 5th, I think, on the 5th of June. So I'll be back. Nice. But
well, I think we made a good team.
Yeah, we absolutely, of course. Oh, they love the commentary. They do. We vibe very nicely, of course, and it's great commentary. It's easy. We analyze a lot, guys. It's been amazing, and we won. We won today.
That's what I feel like. I feel pleased that, like, you know, as I leave the commentary, right, like that we are leaving on this high note, and we gave Hikaru, like, you know, the maximal support today. I could feel how much you guys were rooting for him, and yeah, I think he'll be pretty happy if he has a chance to join us for an interview today.
That's correct. It says down to 200 now, James. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I didn't want to mention that, but
I forgot. Yeah, let's talk about that. Let's talk about how Irina finally got some things right.
That's correct. Irina did get some things right today, guys. I was up $400 at one point, and now I'm down to 200. So 200, but ending on a high note, though. Very good. Hikaru won. That's very good stuff. We get to see it. And yeah, let's take a look at the other games, and then, you know.
Yeah, let's take a look at the other games. There's so much interesting stuff that has happened today. Let's see. Okay, we'll cover other games until we get an interview. Let's do that. And by the way, guys, yeah, you'll be able to follow my tournament. I mean, either at the St. Louis Chess Club broadcast, or if you want to go to like chess.com/events, that's where all the coverage of the tournaments are. So
good luck to you.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I haven't had a ton of time to prepare, but I've been doing some things. So hopefully that'll be coming in handy. All right, so we got Tari who loses to Noterbeck in their absolutely insane game. That was this Rosalimo variation of the Sicilian with like Noterbeck going for the most creative possible play in the opening, and Ari, not wanting to be outdone, responds with B4. I mean, it's like both of these players were definitely in a creative mood today, and he plays in this Banco Gambit style.
Very nice.
So it was just insane game. It was really like, yeah, it was a little bit like Fisher random chess.
Definitely felt like that.
And Ari was doing great, and he could have won the game at some point. Somewhere around here, he gave the wrong check with the queen. He did a check there, then play there to stop the checkmate on h2. He chose this one. The game just blew up as White's king was like forced out into the middle of the board. And okay, all right, rook d8. So it's interesting. He didn't even capture the knight back right away because he didn't want the queen trade to happen. So he plays rook d8. And that was apparently a very strong move, not being in a hurry here. And then he took. So that was an important tempo. And he was going to basically be up like 2 pawns. Like if we take, knight takes, bishop takes, I just have 2 extra pawns in the end game. And that's actually what I have here. I have 2 extra pawns. Oops, something happened to my video. Oh, yeah, I'm here, guys. Here we go. That should be back. I'm back. Okay. And queen takes c3, rook takes c3. Okay, so basically Noterbeck emerged with a winning endgame. Yeah.
Yeah, he definitely had a win somewhere in there.
Yeah, well, Tari, I mean, he played a great fighting game. You always feel bad for a player who makes such a big effort and then like they're winning and then they still somehow lose. But I mean, Noterbeck obviously went in here to have a big fight. And I feel okay, I think Black is trying to mate White now. I think he's trying to set up that mating net. And why did he throw in the towel is the question. Why were there no more moves like king h3?
Rook check and rook d4.
There, yeah, and then you win the bishop and that's over. So even if you try to escape, you are going to lose your bishop. Wow. Yeah, no, that was I would say the wildest game of the round because it was wild from the very beginning.
All the way through. That was a wild game. Fun stuff. Ooh, Hikaru with
wow. We have we have Fabi and Giri. Are they supposed to play an Armageddon?
Yeah, in fact, they have Armageddon coming up.
Oh wow. Okay. All right. So let's see their game, which we didn't really get a chance to talk much about. Or I would say, we saw their position at some point. Yeah, it was F3 Nimzo.
Oh, yeah, that one. Okay.
Yeah, so actually Hikaru just got finished talking to Gukesh about their game.
Sweet.
Okay, so this game ended in a draw, which, yeah, this was a lot of theory. Maybe that's not like, yeah, the most exciting positions usually. And apparently Black is just doing quite well, and he just gave up the c4 square to the black pieces. So Fabi having a nice position out of the opening, winning back the pawn, still having great squares for his pieces. How in the world did White get a draw?
Right?
This looks so unpleasant. This looks like an absolute disaster for Giri.
It definitely does. Definitely does. Pieces look rough here. Probably is a slight blunder somewhere, maybe in time trouble. Maybe.
I mean, like Black is never supposed to just get that past pawn, like ever. And they're really not supposed to get their knight from c6 to c4, even though they want to, but they're not supposed to. Like our knight is still here. And we never even got to play this fancy piece sacrifice. That's one of the features of this line.
Crazy.
So it's a disastrous opening for Geary. And saving himself from this, I mean, maybe he goes for bishops of opposite color at some point. Let's see.
Round, take. 51, okay.
Oh,
he did.
Oh, it's hilarious. Look, I predicted something else, James. I told you.
Yeah, you know this line. That 94 piece, sack. Ooh-wee.
Yeah, guys, there was a very famous game from Anand.
Right.
Trying to remember which world championship match that was, maybe against Topalov or Kramnik. But this, I mean, this was like, yeah, somewhere in the aughts. And you know, not that recent, but this idea was a big one that he introduced into top level chess. The idea of like putting a knight like that and just basically giving it up for a pawn, but straightening out your pawns, getting a big center. And that's pretty cool. Yeah, you're threatening the bishop. And so it really destabilizes the position, which means, yeah, I mean, somehow Fabi needed to not have stepped into that. It's amazing, right? You got those two bishops, you got the strong center, threatening d5.
Amazing, actually. Opposite. d5.
I see how the game ended in a draw then. Yeah, why can't he just take here? Is there like some sort of...
Queen takes.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I think that my first queen blunder of the day. Yeah.
One blunder that one.
Yeah. All right. Rook b7, rook c1, and okay, so you're gonna win the pawn back. Because actually, you know, white's still like a little worse, right? It was still down a pawn. But he goes for bishops of opposite color, and yeah, I guess it wasn't too hard to hold. Yeah, he just kind of lines up and hold on. Oh yeah, that's a perpetual.
Very nice.
Yeah, if you take, it's just perpetual like that.
Very
so
nice.
Yeah, the game ended in a draw. Now the bishop's actually more open. It's got more power as it has a direct look on the king. And yeah, okay. So actually nice save from Geary from like a really bad opening. It's going to be interesting to see them go to Armageddon. It's kind of cool that he got that piece sack in. How about Magnus and Wesley? I mean, we saw their Armageddon game, but we didn't really see what happened in Classical.
Played h4 idea.
Oh, wow. He never played rook a1 to kind of support the pawn. He just went for h4 right away.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it looked like Black was just doing quite well in this game.
Played everything out there.
Yeah, definitely didn't look like a great game for Magnus. Wow.
Yeah, I think he was happy to take a draw.
He lost a pawn. He probably got his knight to d5 or something, or
probably win the pawn back too, somehow.
Okay, and so Wesley offered a draw because he didn't really see how to go with his pawn, huh?
Right. Yeah, not a lot to play for here. In fact, yeah, he couldn't do much about a pawn. Makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. All righty. So Magnus didn't get much out of this opening. And who else do we have? We have just our friend Yarov, who actually we last saw him give away that pawn. Oh, interesting. And Firouzja took on b5. Wow, like no one was interested in that pawn, guys. Notice that.
Yeah, they just never wanted it, right?
And so Yarov was doing great.
Oof.
Wow, but he is so fancy. He didn't just want to go for something like knight e2 and like capturing and maybe like advancing those pawns. Wow.
Same way, I ain't gonna lie, knight g2.
I mean, even like knight e2, queen g4, and like knight c3. Like, why can't you just do that? All right. Well, we're about to be joined by Hikaru, guys.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're doing great, Hikaru, because you won. We're so happy for you.
Good job, bro. Congrats.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very, very, very tough game. I mean, very, very up and down, very back and forth. I mean, probably at this point, my general feeling is I'm just getting too old for all this stupid fast chess because today too, I mean, I came very close to messing it up for really no reason. It seemed like once I had gotten the big advantage, but it's very lucky that that Gukesh played this bishop e2 move instead of bishop f1, which is better. I mean, of course, I didn't see either move at all. But yeah, it was just a very, very up and down game.
Tell us, Hikaru, does this move have a name, the c5 move? What do we call that these days?
Well, I mean, it's a trash opening, but of course, nobody uses proper names. So, I mean, of course, my video will be like, "Dear YouTube, I won with trash," because you know that's what you call it, trash. We don't pronounce German names correctly anymore. But yeah, I mean, it's of course a trash. It's a straight, but then it turned into the semi after e3, knight f6, knight f3. I mean, it turned back into that stupid game that I lost to Ding, basically. But yeah, I mean, I think what I did with going for the imbalance was probably not correct, you know, in retrospect, but I found a way to make it work. Yeah, I mean, because basically here after queen c7, queen e2, rook d8, rook d1, I have a choice. I mean, I can probably play bishop e7 or I can take on d4. And I used a bit of time here and then I'm like, okay, let's just go for the imbalance because that way I'm going to win or I'm going to lose the game. And I felt that if he wasn't precise, maybe I could even get chances to win due to the isolated d pawn. So that's why I chose to take on d4. And I mean, the rest was, you know, very, it was very move by move. I had the feeling that Gukesh probably had an advantage, but it didn't feel like it was very human to me. And of course, we are human, we're not computers. So proving the advantage seemed very difficult in my opinion. And Gukesh wasn't able to find it. Then I started taking over the game. I mean, somewhere around the time of bishop to d8 was where I felt like it started going in my favor.
Oh, let me ask you, Hikaru. You spent like a really long time on this b4 move, and then you kind of were working out your response to knight e4. So then you started to play faster. I mean, so like, did you really have doubts that you were going to play b4, or you were just like you wanted to work out the whole line before you moved?
Well, I mean, the thing is, I can take on a4-2 and play this position down a pawn where you have the two weak pawns on b2 and d4. And I mean, I don't know how bad it truly is, but after using time, I figured, why do I want to go into this position? Like, I can never win it. Why do I want to do that? If I play b4, the game remains imbalanced. But I had a feeling that b takes a4 might be the better move. Because it's just the way that I played in the game after knight e4. I mean, I played, what did I do? I took and then I castled, right? I mean, it's also worth noting, I spent a lot of time also miscalculating another variation instead of castles where I go knight to a5 right away. And there, I think after knight a5, bishop g5, I think white has a very big advantage. I don't know if it's winning, but it feels really scary to play. So I spent a lot of time looking at this line too. And then I just castled and went forward. And I think all our moves were pretty standard here. This was fine. I mean, I thought instead of bishop b1, bishop g5 was very interesting. Maybe it's nothing, but I was kind of concerned about some line with bishop g5, takes h6, bishop h7, king h8, bishop b1. I mean, maybe queen f4 is okay, but it felt shaky to me. Maybe it's nothing, but I wasn't feeling great about it. But then he didn't do this. Then he went bishop b1. And actually, most of the moves he played here, it's kind of annoying because I used a lot of time trying to be precise, and every move he played quickly was not the move that I was expecting. Yeah, like knight e5 was fine. Queen b7. Queen b7, right, by the way, I think is a mistake.
Yeah, we got a big question for you here, Hikaru. About you decided not to take the pawn. What dissuaded you from taking that pawn?
Wild.
I mean, I just really wasn't sure what was going on. But also, you have to realize that the other problem is when I played rook a8, I spent all this time on rook a8 calculating queen c2. So basically, I spent all this time on rook a8 trying to figure out what the best way to play against queen c2 was, and then he immediately played bishop f4. And so I spent 20 minutes, and suddenly I don't get the line on the board that I'm expecting. And so it was just very sort of disconcerting. If I had known that he was going to go bishop f4, I probably would have like looked at bishop g2 much more seriously. But then I'm down 20 minutes, and then I have to do something. So
let me guess.
So it was all very
confusing. You were planning f5 or what?
Yeah, but f5, queen c7, and I mean, I wasn't sure if I'm okay or if I'm in trouble, basically, in this endgame. So I spent like 20 minutes looking at this line, and then he plays bishop f4 right away, and I'm just like, what? Why did I even use that time in the first place? It's just so ridiculous. So yeah, I play rook 8, then he goes bishop f4 in like 3 or 4 minutes. I'm just like, well, what even is going on? Like every move that he plays is not the move I'm expecting.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that means I was calculating well or whether he was calculating poorly. I'm not sure what that means because I haven't looked at it yet, obviously. But it's very, 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 very messy. And yeah, I thought what I did was okay. Rook 8, bishop f4, and I played f5 quickly because again, with no increment, you can't just at this point I was down to maybe like 35, 40 minutes. You can't just use all the time in the world. And I think f5 is probably not the best move. I think if I have an extra 20 minutes back, I can come up with something better. But I played it, and then yeah, knight
that was
f3,
a good move,
d8.
right? Knight f3.
Yeah, that was a very good move.
To you, Hikaru?
It wasn't a surprise per se. I mean, I'm just trying to hang on here. So like bishop d8 is forced, of course, to stop the infiltration on the 7th. Rook e1, yeah, rook e1.
We were looking at this idea of like trying some positional exchange sack. Was that on your radar at all?
Actually, you know what? That actually did concern me quite a bit. I saw it in this position, but also even after rook e1, I think there was a spot he could have done it. But yes, I was actually quite worried about rook c5. If I go bishop b6, then he can take on d. Or actually, if I go knight b3, he takes. I've taken the pawn, and there's like queen e6 and bishop f5, or even knight e5. And yes, I did. I mean, I don't think I saw in this exact position, but I did see these ideas from afar where there were sacrifices, and it was really quite scary.
Yeah, we also saw it here, Hikaru. I was like betting he was going to play rook c4.
Yeah, I mean, we had a discussion about this after the game too, about rook c4, but he thought that I could just go bishop f6, rook c7, queen b6, and I'm completely fine. But rook c4 scared me. I was quite worried about rook c4. But then he didn't do it, and I mean, he played rook c2, which probably isn't quite so good. I think it's still kind of unclear. And then what did I do? I put this, bishop e5, and so, queen e5. Right around here, I think queen e5 is wrong, and I felt somewhere around here it was starting to go in my favor. I wasn't quite sure how, but I thought most moves I played were fine until I blundered a couple moves later. So I go rook c8, we trade. I take with a rook, queen e2, rook a8, of course. Now he goes queen e3, queen c6, bishop e5. Now here he played knight g5, right? And now I play this ridiculous move, knight a5, which I think is losing to bishop f4. But
it's too dangerous to take that pawn. Yeah, something's going to happen to your king, I guess.
Well, I mean, there are a few. There's the first question: if I take on a4, can white sack on g7 and have more than a draw? And I think I don't know what's going on per se. Maybe the computer will laugh and say it's just a draw, but I felt like I can't really allow that because I'm wrong. I just get mated and lose the game. So I go queen e7, knight g5, right? And now I play knight a5, which is ridiculous. I should play h6 first. So I think isn't bishop f4 really good for white here?
Oh, I don't know.
After knight a5,
let's see. We didn't see the computer showing anything major here.
I thought bishop
this
f4
was a great maneuver for you.
Okay, so clearly I don't understand anything. But I was kind of worried about
rook e8 or something. I guess that's the idea.
Yeah, rook e8, bishop f5, and I mean, I'm not a 3500, so I can't calculate these lines. With no time on the clock, that makes it much worse. I guess I have g6 and knight d4. Probably have g6 and knight d4, and it's but again, I mean, it's very hard. I mean, it's probably just very hard for both sides to play, and so now he goes h4, and after h4, I feel like I'm clearly in the driver's seat here. Knight c6, Now it goes. I mean, the main thing is I could
comfortable.
Yeah, and around here this should just be much better for me. But again, time's getting low. You have you're getting 10-second increment, but there's no real extra time, and it's already very nervy. So. Yeah, he goes rook e1, I play a5. I mean, and right around here, what did I do? Yeah, queen d6, which is probably okay.
Really good, yeah.
Yeah, bishop d3 now, bishop a2 is just winning, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and already here, like this should be winning. I'm fine, but the problem is the time, and then here I just start to lose my mind for no really good reason. This is fine, I think. This is all fine, rook d8 looks fine to me. He goes h5. Now queen e3, and suddenly I play bishop d4. I mean, just insane. Probably here I should play something like, I don't know, bishop d5 or maybe bishop g5, or I mean, any number of things that are better, but anything that keeps it very safe. That's the bottom line. But instead, no, I have to play bishop d4. And I mean, I didn't even see bishop e2, and then he played it instantly. I'm like, oh my God, I'm about to lose the game. But it turns out bishop f1, I think, is actually a better move than bishop e2, and we spent a lot of time talking about it after the game as well. But once he went bishop e2 and I got queen e4 and the queens come off, then there's no risk, and I can kind of just chill and just coast for the rest of the game. So very, very messy.
This was happening so fast that we didn't even really get a chance to show our audience like why you couldn't take the queen. I guess it's a very beautiful checkmate, guys. And the funny thing is the checkmate is happening from both directions to the king, which is kind of amazing, right? That you're even getting it from f8.
Yeah.
And so why is bishop f1 better? Like, why is that a better move?
Because the problem is my bishop on b, because the problem is now there's no bishop takes f2, basically. Like both bishops are kind of misplaced. Like if I go queen e4 here, there's just queen takes b3. Queen e4, there's queen b3, or even trade in knight e7, knight c6, but basically the bishops are kind of a big problem.
Okay. Oh wow. So
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It's like magically bishop f1, the rook guards f2, but it is what it is.
Wow. Hold on. So like bishop e2, you played queen e4, and then he
Queen
doesn't
e4.
have.
Yeah, now. Yeah, queen b3.
Oh,
This
that's
bishop takes f2.
crazy. That's just crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, it is what it is, and I mean the rest was pretty straightforward. So yeah, it worked out, but tough game.
Yeah, no, but I think you did a good decision there to go for the isolated queen pawn and creating that imbalance to get some winning chances, right? I mean, psychologically, you know that like at least you can play for 3 results in that position.
Yeah, I mean it's very reminiscent. I mean I've had a lot of similar positions out of the Alpin or the C3 Sicilian, much more than say the Nimzos or this Tarrasch. But I mean I remember there's a tournament I played in Gibraltar where I played against this guy Timur Nabati from Israel, and it was the same thing. He played the C3 Sicilian. I intentionally made sure to play against the isolated pawn because I figured I had better chances to win. Now of course he was 25 like 70 versus 2750, but I figure I should take my chances. I don't play much classical chess, so if I don't take my chances here, then what am I even doing? So it's sort of the spirit behind me choosing to do it. And it's also kind of why like, I tried really hard to keep it messy. Because I could have also offered draw and move 30 if I wanted to, and probably would have taken. Then we have the classic clown fiesta, but wasn't really in the mood today. So yeah, I kept it going. It worked out.
Yeah, actually, I know that game against Timur Nabati that you're mentioning because I remember it was like kind of a model game, for that line of the Alapin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's cool. But yeah, no, we could definitely feel from like your choices in this game that you just wanted to have a fight. Like that's what also made us like optimistic as commentators.
I mean, when you don't play tournaments, I mean, I mean, this is only my second classical tournament of the year and probably one of only a handful of events I'm playing. Like, if I'm not going to try to be aggressive, then why am I even showing up? If I was playing 10 tournaments every year like a professional chess player, then it's different. But obviously, I'm not a professional player. I just play here and there. So if I'm not going to take my chances, then what even am I doing? And besides, yeah, now at least I get to play Magnus tomorrow and have some more fun. But first, I have to actually do part of my side job and show up to this like business conference tomorrow and speak for a little bit. So it's all like all these different things going on.
Wait, hold on, Hikaru. You have a conference on the day of your game. Tell us about that.
Yeah, there's this the Norway summit. It's sort of like a business startup a summit that they hold in conjunction with the chess tournament. So I'll be a part of it tomorrow early in the afternoon. So it should be fun talking about brand building, everything that we've built on Twitch, on YouTube, Kick now, obviously, and all the whole content creation space and chess in general. So yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it. And then of course I have to play Magnus, so no big deal.
Do you know that I just figured out there's an Armageddon game in progress? So Anish is playing against Fabi, and they're actually.
This looks horrible.
Yeah,
this looks like a disaster for Anish.
Well, his opening was kind of a disaster in the first game too, and he was kind of pretty lucky, I think, to hold on.
Yeah, I mean, but with Fabi, if Fabi, Fabi is all prep. If he gets his prep, I mean, there's just nothing you can do. So that's just how it goes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So tomorrow, like you got this thing like in the morning, this conference.
Yeah, it's like at 1:00 in the afternoon. The game's at 5. I mean, whatever.
Oh, the game start at 5 p.m. in Norway?
Yeah, it's 5 p.m. local. Yeah,
I never even bothered to check that because I've never heard of a tournament starting at 5 p.m. Like that's quite late for the tournament to start, right?
Yeah, but in Norway, people actually like chess. They're willing to like watch it on TV. So when people get off work, they'll actually put chess on their TV. Unlike in almost any other country. So it actually makes a lot of sense, I think, from the organizational standpoint to have the games at this hour. But yeah, for the players, it's very odd because like I'm not sure whether I should wake up at 9:00. I should wake up at 1:00. What I should do? I mean, maybe I should just stay up all night watching hockey and basketball. But yeah, it's a little bit strange for me, but nonetheless, it's what it is. And I think the audience does matter the most at the end of the day. And if they're happy with the games being this time, then that's great for everybody.
Do you guys get a lot of on-site spectators, or is it like mostly just people watching like online or on TV?
There are a fair amount of spectators. I mean, the space we're playing, it's at a local bank. So they don't have endless space per se, but probably about 100, maybe a little over showing up every day because that's the space they've allotted. I think, it'd be nice if more people showed up, but it is what it is. I think the notion of filling like an auditorium or any of that stuff, that's so like in the 1950s, like all that Queen's Gambit nonsense. So that's just not reality. I think most people are going to watch online, but yeah, the people have been very friendly. A lot of people have been nice, and I'm having a great time.
That's awesome, Hikaru. So, James, do you have any comments?
No, actually, we hit all the points here. It's good to see it. We got to win. The chat's hype. We loving the energy. It's good to especially win with the black pieces to have the draw in the first round too as well. And we get white tomorrow, right?
Yeah, I guess I have white after 2 blacks. Yeah, I mean it's the win today definitely makes up for yesterday getting the full 3 points, and more importantly, I gained some rating points, so that's always a good thing. Maybe I'll be up to number 2 or something by the end of the tournament. That'd be nice for non to be up there somewhere, but hey, it's all good.
Yeah, well, we wish you luck in that goal as well, Hikaru. We'll be rooting for you, and thank you for stopping by, and best of luck for your game with Magnus tomorrow.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
Keep it aggressive.
Bye.
Keep it, yeah.
Oh, bro.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right. It's awesome to have Hikaru drop by right after his game. And I guess we can just follow Anish as he probably loses to...
He about to hit the button right now.
To Fabi. Let's actually look at it from Black's point of view because it's too ugly to look at it from White's point of view. So this rook is trapped, and after it takes, there's going to be rook h4, king over, and then knight f4, and then something coming in. Okay, that's how it's going to end. It's going to get kind of ugly.
That's it. That's over.
That's it.
Yeah.
Well, we have good timing on that. So let's just show the viewers like what's happening with this rook. After rook takes, check. King here, check. Yeah, I think I'm doing this the right way because, I almost got concerned like maybe you can sack your queen and give me some sort of checkmate, but your rook is blocked. And oh, you know what checkmate I personally like? I really think we should go for this one.
Boom. Woo-wee.
Yeah, let's do it.
Checkmate. Yeah, make sure
let's do some deflection tactics. And if you have the king there, okay. Here's my checkmate.
King c5.
Yeah, there you go, James. You spotted the right check, and that king is mated.
Nice.
Beautiful. So, all right. So basically, we can see how Fabi did it. They did not have a repetition of their first game of the day. So this was a Catalan. And, okay, Fabi played the solid line. And somehow, at some point, it just got bad for Anish. Very cool play by Fabi. Look at that. C5 break followed by interception.
Wow.
Yeah, that was nice stuff. And that's how he got this rook kind of stuck over there. And actually played a really good game, I have to say. And White basically wound up with these super weak pawns, no king safety, and Black was able to capitalize. Yeah. Okay.
Very nice.
So I think we had another great day of coverage, James. So many decisive games, right? We had two Armageddons today. That means 3 games were just decisive in the classical. So those were Abdusatorov beating Tari, Hikaru beating Gukesh, and Firouzja beating Mamedyarov. And we wanted to thank also Photo Chess, Maria Emelianova.
Thanks, Maria.
Yes, for setting up all her equipment, the laptop, mic, and cam, for Hikaru to be able to join us. Thanks a lot to Maria. And yeah, thank you, James. There's a lot of fun commentating with you these last couple of days, and I hope we will do it again soon.
I love it. Absolutely. Of course, it's been great. Good luck to you at the Cup, at the Karen's Cup. And is it St. Louis? Is that where it is?
Yeah, St. Louis.
Okay, good luck. Good luck. Do your thing there. Crush it. You're going to do great.
Thank you. Thank you.
That has been a real thank you so much, guys. Love y'all. It's been amazing.
See you later, guys.
See y'all. Have a good one.
When I see some of these moves that computer suggests after a game that I play, and I just go, wow, that is the beauty for me. Because these are not moves that I would ever consider. And when I then see the move, and then I might make a couple of moves to try and understand why, that is the beauty to me. trying to play as well as I can, and I don't really worry. Like, if I lose a game, it's not the end-all be-all. I'm not naturally talented, but if I don't get something, I try to figure out, why don't I get it? What am I doing wrong? Over and over and over again.